I shall start now. A very good morning to everyone, and welcome to our webinar on UPC career guidance and experiential sharing by professionals. I also would like to take this opportunity to wish all our Muslim viewers Salam Ramadan and Selamat Berpuasa. My name is Larry Ong, and I will be your MC for today. Today, we are very fortunate to have with us Surveyor Richard Fu Min Sui, the Chairman of the Board of Directors of UPC Sdn Bhd, Chemist Dr. Lau Seng, the Organizing Chairman of the UPC Career Guidance Webinar, and all of the panelists from 10 professional bodies in Sarawak to share their thoughts and experiences on their career paths, which we will be introducing later on. For your information, today's webinar will run from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and it will be divided into 3 sessions with a short intermission between each session. So stay tuned and be enriched by this sharing from all these different professionals. I would also like to, announce that if you need to ask questions for all the attendees, you may do so by clicking in the chat box, and we will try our very best to answer your question. And in the event, if we do miss out your question, we apologize. You can actually reach out to us directly or go and reach out to the different professional bodies directly as well. For your information, we are actually live on Facebook, Chem Science Facebook, and also Chem Science YouTube account. So you can also ask your questions in Chem Science Facebook page or the YouTube account. So without further ado, may I invite Surveyor Richard Fu for your officiating remarks.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Very good morning to all. I warmly welcome all participants who have logged in today to join us on this career guidance webinar. Over the past years, UPC has regularly organized several activities, one of them being, of course, the career guidance talks. These talks aim to introduce the 11 professions within UPC to secondary school students and school leavers, and of course their parents and teachers, while at the same time it does help to identify the professions of interest to them. A couple of other activities that UPC regularly organizes are the interprofessional games, which are normally held biannually, which means once every 2 years. The last games took place in 2019, and the one which was scheduled for last year, 2021, was held back, of course, due to COVID-19. And another activity that UPC regularly organizes are what are known as the CARE chats, CARE being knowledge chats. So these are talks or dialogue sessions which are hosted by the member institutions within UPC on various topics of interest of the day for members of the various professions. But back to the career guidance talks, the last few talks were held quite some time back. They were all, of course, held physically. I think in 2010, it was held at SMK Lake in Bau, 2012 at Dewan Suara in Kuching, and in 2014 at SMK Kuching High. Now, from these talks, UPC had received various feedback, and some of the key points from the feedback were, number one, that attendance at these talks was declining over the years. I think the earlier ones were, quite well attended. Then the numbers slowly came down. As you can see, the last few were talks that were all held in urban schools. So many students there in urban areas, urban settings, quite well informed about the career options available to them. So maybe that was also one of the reasons why attendance was not so good, Another point was that we noticed, most of the visitors who came to the talks, the physical talks, only 2 or 3 of the professional bodies that presented they receive most of the visitors, while the rest of the professional bodies have very few visitors. Another point was that only students basically attended the talks, so there were very few parents or teachers who attended. So the interaction that we were able to do was pretty limited. So I think because of the above reasons, it is UPC's wish to reach out to a wider audience of students and also to their parents and teachers, particularly those in the rural and more remote locations of Sarawak. These areas, we feel, information, especially on the less well-known professions, is not so readily available. So due to the COVID situation, today's career guidance event is being held virtually. We're doing it in a webinar format, which in a way is actually quite good in the sense that we can potentially reach out to more people because we're going on Zoom now. We are live on Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. And of course, later on, the recordings can be found on Facebook and YouTube as well. So even after this event, I think we have the opportunity to better disseminate information to let people know more about what has taken place today, so they can log in their own time and maybe zoom in into the professions of their interest. So in this way, we hope to be able to raise awareness of parents and teachers on the many professional career choices. So there are many professions available. Of course, there are the few more well-known ones, but there are others which are less well-known and equally interesting. If we educate the students, their parents and teachers, get them more informed about all those professions out there, then I think it will do us very well, and it will also give the students a lot more choices than what is probably in the back of their minds. So we recognize that parents can play an important role in guiding their children's choice of further studies, while better awareness among teachers will assist them to provide better and more relevant career advice to their students. While we acknowledge that the more remote areas of Sarawak may not have adequate or sufficient internet access to follow us live, I would like to highlight that this webinar, as I've said before, is being recorded on Facebook and YouTube. And we also hope that the Department of Education Sarawak may be able to share these recordings with all interested schools, which may be unable to join us live, especially those with limited internet access. So lastly, I would like to thank all participants for your attendance today, and hope that you will find this webinar useful and interesting. And I would also like to thank Dr. Lau Sang for organizing this webinar, all the panelists for their valuable inputs and sharing later this morning. Of course, our MC, Larry Ong, Kem Sign for supporting this event, and all others who have contributed to and supported this event in their various ways. So without further ado, I am now pleased to invite our MC, Larry Ong, to proceed with today's program. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Surveyor Richard Fu, for your very enlightening speech. So like what you said, the session should begin now. So without further ado, for session 1, I would like to invite Mr. Jackson Lim Zun Shing, the Chairman of Malaysian Institute of Accountants Sarawak Regional Committee, to be the moderator and to introduce the speakers for this session. But before we begin, allow me to introduce our moderator for today. Mr. Jackson Lim is the current chairman of the Malaysian Institute of Accountants, MIA, and Sarawak, and he has previously served as a committee member for 5 years. He has a bachelor in accounting from the University of Hull, Kingston, England, and was registered as a member of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, in 2009. and became a fellow member FCCA in 2014. Jackson has more than 18 years of audit and tax experience. He is a partner in DIVIST Tax Consultant, PLT, and also audit manager in Philip Tong and Company, Kuching branch. Besides his official duties and speaking regularly for MIA, he enjoys cycling and at the same time being dad to his newborn son. Mr. Jackson, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Larry, and a very good morning to all my fellow panelists and attendees. Well, to kick off the section of the day, we shall invite Engineer Edison Lim from IEM as the first speaker of the day. Engineer Edison Lim received his Bachelor of Engineer in Civil Engineering from University Malaysia, Sarawak, UNIMAS in 2010, and Master of Engineer at University Technology Malaysia, major in 2013. Engineer Edison currently is committee member of the Institute of Engineers, Malaysia IEM Sarawak branch. And currently he is a project management, he's working with project management consultant with Multimore Resources Sdn Bhd for Kuching Urban Transport Systems. Without further ado, I will pass the time to Engineer Edison for his session. Engineer Edison, please.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, Mr. Jackson Lim. Share the screen. Okay, can see the screen. Okay, thank you for the UPC for the invitations. Yeah, so for your information, on behalf of the
Engineer Edison, sorry to cut you, yeah, but would you be able to click display setting? You go to display setting. No, you just go to full screen again, share your screen.
Please go into presentation mode.
Yep. Yep, you're good.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, thanks the UPC for the invitation. So yeah, on behalf of IEM Sarawak branch, thanks the UPC for the invitations. And today I'm going to briefly introduce what is actually engineering about. Okay, who is engineers? So engineer is a group of people that solve the problems, with the principle of engineering. At the same time, change the world, So engineer is a group of people that actually, improve the life qualities and using the principle of engineers. And principle of engineers are formed by applications of math and science. So engineer is actually using math and science to solve the problems in our daily life. So I think in our daily life, we are encountered with the, like electronic gadgets like computers, mobile phones, and also in the infrastructures that we surrounding us, like buildings, road, drainage, and also the things that we are using, those chemical things that we are using, like, toothbrush, toothpaste, and so on. And some of the successful engineers in the world. So for example, like the social media that we always use, the Facebook, the CEO and the founder, the Mark Zuckerberg, and also the Google, Larry Page, and also the Amazon, Jeff Bezos. So all of them, they have this background of engineering in computer science and also in the electricals. There are many types of engineers, so there are actually more than 200 types of engineering. Of course, the major type, the major branch of engineer consists of civils, mechanicals, electrical, and electronic, and also the chemicals. So the rest will be, sometimes we call it the sub-discipline or the sub-branch of all these major engineering. Some popular engineering in Malaysia, so like civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical and electronic engineering, chemical engineering, biomedical engineering, environmental engineering, mechatronic engineering, software engineering, and so on. So later we will actually talk about briefly a bit on each of the engineering. For example, like civil engineering. Okay, for your info, me myself is civil engineering. So civil engineer actually design, develop, and construct the building and infrastructures. So we are dealing with structural designs, on the building, and we're also dealing with the infrastructure like road, highway, drainage, and also we also dealing with things like hydrology and geotechnicals also. And for the mechanical engineering, okay, mechanical engineering are people that actually design the power producing machine like electrical generators, air conditioner system, and machine of necessary service in the building. For example, like the internal plumbing system, and things that we actually see like the car motors, the lift, escalators. Yeah, so all these fall under the mechanical engineers. For electrical and electronic engineers, that's involved in the power generation such as electric powers and transmission systems such as computer gadgets. So for electrical and electronic engineers, so in the local, you can actually work with our SESCO or SCB, because they are the main power supply in our Sarawak state. And electrical engineers also design, they also develop, do the testing, and also to supervise, the manufacturers of the electrical equipment. So there are others sub-branch, of this electrical, like, power engineering, control engineering, electronic, microelectronic, signal processing, telecommunication, instrumentations, and computer engineering, and so on. And chemical engineers. Chemical engineers, they actually design and develop the chemical manufacturing process and product. So they are more dealing on the process, including like designing the equipment, the system, the process of refining the raw materials, and also for mixing, compounding, and processing the chemical to make the valuable product. So here they actually, like for example, like oil and gas, they actually refine the oil, the raw oil, to petrol, so that it can be used by the car and also for like aeroplane. For biomedical engineers, okay, biomedical engineers are engineers that develop, design, and continuous refine the device, biomedical device such as joint replacements and also microsensors. For environmental engineers, environmental engineers have a great responsibility on using the principle of engineering to develop the solutions to environmental problem, which is improve the various pollution control. So the engineer actually encompass the broad scientific topic like chemistry, biology, ecology, geology, hydrology, microbiology, and also mathematics, to create the solutions that will actually protect and also improve the health of the living organisms, and also improve the quality of the environment. So for environmental, usually we are dealing with, like air pollution, or wastewater management, or also the things like, radiations also. For mechatronic engineers, engineers are engineers that actually deal with robotic control system and electromechanical system by applying the principle of mechatronic engineering. So mechatronic actually is an interdisciplinary branch between the mechanical and also electronic. So this engineering field actually focus on the integrations of mechanical, electronic, and electrical engineering system. So they actually improve the technical system with the added of artificial intelligence, the AI, that commonly now we always see, and do things like autonomous vehicle like Tesla, also like auto braking system, and even down to autofocus camera that we always see in our handphone. So generally, mechatronic engineer can actually try to make the existing system to be smarter. And software engineers. So this engineer, they apply the principle of a software engineer to design, develop, and maintain, test, and evaluate the computer's software as well as the website. So the engineer actually always use the programming language like C++, Java, Pythons, and they actually look into the computer applications, mobile apps that we'll be using, cloud platforms, and also web applications. Of course, other disciplines of engineering, for example, like aerospace engineers. So engineers that actually design something that fly, like airplane, satellite, and rocket, fighting jet, and so on. And also communication engineers. So engineers that actually design, research, develop on the productions of communication equipment. So the engineer can actually work with this provider, the mobile provider or communication provider like DZ, Cellcom, Maxis, and U Mobile. And currently, I think our country, we are actually moving to the 5G, from 4G to 5G. So all these will be actually developed by the communications engineers. And also the food and process engineers. So engineers that actually design the process equipment to produce the product, from raw material and to the packaging of food. So the food or the packaged food that we actually usually we see on the supermarket, and the process at the factories, food factories, like F&N and so on. So usually the food and process engineer will actually work to supervise the process to ensure that the process is smooth. And of course, also the marine engineers. So the marine engineer is engineer that actually design, build, test, and repair ship, boat, underwater craft, offshore platform, and drilling equipment. So Malaysia is one of the countries that actually produce the oil and gas. So I think for Sarawak state itself, we have oil and gas. So I think we have some demand, on these marine engineers that work on the offshore and these oil rig. So the next part, we will talk about how to become engineers. Okay, to become an engineer, so you can either go for the private or public. Okay, for the students that after they completed their SPM, they can either go to a diploma of engineering, they can go for foundations, or they can go to STPM. Of course, to go for the public university, I think they can only go either through STPM or matriculasi. Of course, also through the polytechnic. Yeah, actually, we can also go in through the local universities. And once we completed either the diploma engineering foundation or STPM, we can actually go to and pursue the degree of engineering. And the degree of engineering usually is 4 years, 4 years degree study periods. And after you finish the degree, you obtain the the certificate, then you will need to actually register with the Board of Engineer Malaysia. So later I will actually talk a bit on the Board of Engineers in a few last slide. So minimum requirements to join as engineers. So like just now I mentioned is that engineer actually is the group of professions actually using the maths and science applications to solve the problem. So engineers need to have strong desires, to be able to solve the daily problems that we are facing, and using these applications to create solutions, to create the solutions. Hence, you can see that for these minimum requirements, some of the prerequisite subjects, they actually emphasize on maths and science subjects. So for the science subject, actually it depends on the core subject of the discipline that you're going to study. For example, like if you are going to study for the chemistry engineer, so for sure the core subject will be the chemistry and also the maths. So I would say that for most of the minimum requirements is that you must have at least credit in maths and science subject like physics, biology, and also chemistry. And for the foundations and the diploma, minimum of a CGPA of 2.0 that is required for you to entry to the degree of engineering. Of course, all these can be different with different university and college. So the student, they need to actually do a bit of study on the minimum requirements. Okay, about the Board of Engineer Malaysia. So every profession in Malaysia, will have a board of professionals that actually regulate and to regulate and to register the professions. And for engineers, in Malaysia, we have the Board of Engineers Malaysia that actually regulate. Yeah.
Just to prompt you, there's only 1 minute left on your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So they actually governs our engineers. So here actually there are some statistics that you can actually go to the BM website. For total like graduate engineers, there is 161,000 that actually register with the board. And yeah, so for the student, it's very crucial that you need to be make sure that the courses that you enroll is accredited by the Board of Engineer or by the EAC, the Engineering Accreditations Council Malaysia. And you can actually go to this website to check whether the program they actually provide by the university or college is actually accredited. Else you won't be able to register yourself with the board, and you'll be actually a waste of time and money if the course that you're pursuing is not recognized. Of course, this is some basic salary by the MOF, the Ministry of Finance. So this is the scale by the year experience, and the recent scale of this engineer have been revised in 2015. So you can see that, for example, like in 5, the basic salary is about 4,600. So all this you can actually find it in the MOF website. Yeah, this is some of the local in Sarawak that you can look for the engineering courses like Unima, Swinburne, Curtin, UCTS, ICAP, Polytechnic, UPM, and College Stella. So of course, also there are a lot of college that actually providing, or you see that providing at the West Malaysia. I think it's very generous. Most of them, they provide the engineering courses. Yeah, so thanks. This is all my slides. So this is my contact number. So you can free to contact me through email or my contact numbers. So I will try to answer your questions if there's needed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Edison, for the informative sharing section on a career as an engineer. Our second speaker of the day is Surveyor Ching Wee Lee. She is currently attached in Quantity Surveying Branch, Public Works Department, Sarawak Headquarters, Kuching, as a Senior Quantity Surveyor. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Housing, Building and Planning, majoring in Quantity Surveying from University of Science Malaysia. She is a consultant quantity surveyor under the Board of Quantity Surveyors Malaysia, as well as a registered member under the Royal Institution of Surveyors Malaysia, RISM. I will now pass the stage over to Surveyor Chin for a presentation of the day. Thank you.
Lily, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, all right. Okay. Thank you for our moderator, Mr. Jackson. So, hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for spending your time to join our webinar today. So I'm Surveyor Chin. I'm represent Royal Institution of Surveyor Malaysia, RSM Sarawak branch, and I'll share with you on career and awareness talk for quantity surveying profession. So in Bahasa, we known as Juru Ukur Bahan. All right. Okay. Can I go to the next slide? Have I shared the screen?
Yes, you have.
Okay.
You're in
You can
control
see
of
your
your
screen.
slide.
But I can, okay, all right. So this will be the contents and agenda that I will briefly go through with you on the quantity surveying profession in today's webinar. Okay, so I think this will be the most common question that our student or participant will always discuss, whereby what should you do after SPM or STPM? So today I will enlighten our participants about career counseling, mainly on quantity surveying profession, the university that offer the quantity surveying course, scholarship guidance and education fund provided for the student who would like to take up the QS course after SPM or SCPM. So before I zoom in into QS profession, allow me to briefly introduce our institutions. So the institution actually established in 1961, which is the Institution of Surveyors. So subsequently, the institution was changed name to Institution of Surveyor Malaysia in 1966. On 28th of March 2011, His Royal Highness the Sultan Selangor have granted the royal status to the institution, and the former name of ISM will now change to RSM, Royal Institution of Surveyor Malaysia. So the details and the functions of the history of our institution, you can actually view our video clips that we prepare, and we will play after this session. All right. So next will be to inform you our institution actually consists of 4 distinct divisions. So for today's webinar, I will only zoom in and share with you on the quantity surveying profession. Okay, so I believe many of our students or participants may not be familiar or heard about quantity surveying profession, or in Bahasa, we call it Bidang Juru Ukur Bahan. So as compared to other profession that is more well-known, QS may not be a career choice for everyone, especially you never heard of it or not familiar with the profession. So therefore, I would like to take today's opportunity to actually promote our profession and allow me to give you a bit of introduction on what is quantity surveying profession about. So actually, what is quantity surveying? So quantity surveying actually involves managing costs and contracts for a project in order to ensure value for money while meeting the required standard and quality at the same time. So it is a career that worthwhile options for everyone that is good in mathematics, and financial management. And they are very good, also excellent in attention in details, very particular, as well as good in IT and software. So what is the role of a QS? What do a QS do actually? So as a QS, they actually prepare estimate, they calculate, they evaluate, they prepare budget and report costing for either the contractor or the client. So they should actually assist the project team to ensure construction project completed within the budget and approved time frame. So the diagram actually show the whole cycle of a QS works lah. So what is the skill do a QS need? Here I list down 8 skills that I think QS should or must have. Number 1 will be they must be very good and strong in mathematics and financial management skill if they are interested in this area. Similarly, like the engineers just now, is a combination of science and maths. So here we were saying for QS, you need to be good in maths as well as financial management. Second will be you having a good working knowledge of IT and software will be an advantage. And ability to work in a team, you must be a team player. Excellent attention to detail. Number 5 will be the interpersonal and communication skill, negotiation skill. And also it will be good if you have a good understanding of engineering, science and technology, a brief knowledge on that because you are going to do some measurements. And lastly, analytical thinking skill. So how to become a QS? So here you go, the education pathway or a route to become a registered professional QS. Or subsequently later on, if you pass all the exam and interview, you will become the consultant QS who will register under the board, which is the Board of Quantity Surveyor. So in my later slide, I will share with you the minimum requirement for entry into the quantity surveying course and some introduction on the function of the Board of Quantity Surveyor. So third, I will go through with you on the career prospect for quantity surveyor. So like I said, I believe everyone is interested to know that about what is the career prospect for a QS. So as a QS, you actually can employ or involve in the following industry. I have named a few like construction company. You can join as inside the consulting firms, join government sector, institution of higher learning, insurance company, oil and gas and mining company, even shipping company also then required a QS, construction material suppliers. So they can become either a QS, a quantity surveyor, or a construction manager, project manager, contract manager, site QS, lecturer, accountant, or sales executive. Or later on, if they zoom into a specialized area in dispute resolution, they can become an adjudicator, mediator, or arbitrator. So okay, how much does a QS earn? So I have listed down 5 important criteria which determine the QS salary. So the first one will be the definitely the work experience. So either you are from fresh grad, which is the entry level, until the experience level. Second will be the skill or the areas of expertise. Okay. The third one will be the employers, because if you're working with private or working with the government sector, the salary will be vary. Location, also one of the factors to determine the QS salary. Lastly will be the gender. So how much does a QS earn in Malaysia? I believe everyone will be interested to know about this. Like just now, our engineer Edison have shared, if you have less than 1 year experience, the average of the engineer is about 2009. So similarly, based on the data, pay scale data that I collected on the 3rd of August, so the entry level, the basic salary for QS in Malaysia is about 2009. But how about in Sarawak? So Sarawak, they will be slightly different. So the starting salary for Sarawak, for those QS with relevant Bachelor of Science in Quantity Surveying, at private sector, the entry level for a fresh grad is ranging from 2000 to 2004. This excludes the allowances or OT. Whereas for early career level, it will be from stated in here until 3004. As for the QS who will be joining the government sector, So it will be follow the government pay scale under Juru Ukur. If you are appointed as Juru Ukur Bahan 41, so your salary will be basically from 2005 to 3004. Of course, all these exclude your allowances. Okay. Now I'm going to share with you on the university that offer degree in quantity surveying. So in Sarawak, I have listed 3 for the IPTA and is UNIMAS and UITM Samarahan. And for the private university will be UCTS. Whereas for the rest of the university offer in quantity surveying in our government university will be UTM, USM, UITM, University Malaya and UIA. So the student is advised to visit the BQSM website to check and update the list of degree accredited by the board. Like just now, Engineer Edison will say, because you have to ensure the course that you enroll must be accredited by the board. If not, you may actually facing difficulty to register under the board after you graduate. So this is some important notes and tips for our participants to take note. Okay, and this is the IPTS, the private university that offer degree courses in quantity surveying. Okay, and this is the foreign universities that offer quantity surveying course. All right, there are 6 of them. Okay, 6, 7, 7. All right, next. So this will be the minimum requirement for entry to quantity surveying course, which is shown as here. So either you enter into the private university or government or public university, IPTA. To be on the safe side, I would suggest that basically you need to score minimum a CGPA of 3-pointer, or you get a 3B in any of the subjects that I listed here. And you must also excel in interview session in order to for you to enter into quantity surveying course, especially those in IPTA. So students who are interested to take up the quantity surveying course can always visit the website or refer the minimum requirements set by each universities. And for students interested in surveying profession, you can actually apply scholarship or education fund provided by Royal Institution of Surveyor Malaysia, RSM. So they're providing for 4 disciplines here. You can choose. So if you have any inquiries, you can download the form from RSM when you Google the RSM website, and then you submit to the chairman of RSM. So if you have any inquiries, you can also email to the secretariat of RSM. Okay, now I will like to introduce a bit on our Board of Quantity Surveying Malaysia, BQSM, which known as Lembaga Juru Ukur Bahan Malaysia, LJBM. So actually the board is a statutory body established under the Quantity Surveyor Act 1967, the QS Act 1967. So actually the board is committed to provide excellent quality services that safeguard the interests of the public, as well as the right of all the registered QS, as well as the registered quantity surveying practice, I mean the consultant firm who practicing the services, and as well as most importantly is accredited universities in accordance to the QS Act 1967, Amendment 2015, or the QS Amendment rules. So in order to practice and provide quantity surveying service after you graduate, you must actually register with the board, either as a QS technologist or a provisional QS. So here I provide the charts that I actually get it from the board. So this is what currently registered consultant QS and all the members that with the board. So if you compare to the engineers, I mean the registered QS, whether you are QS technologists or you are provisional QS, provisional QS is actually from starting from you graduate, you register as provisional QS. The number is you can compare is not as many as the engineers. So even the consultant QS or the professional QS who registered with the board, we only have 1,716. So that's why I advise those graduate who with bachelor in quantity surveying, please remember to register with the board in order to start practicing to become a professional registered QS. All right, so after you have met the requirement to become a registered QS, either a professional quantity surveyor, the PQS, what we call it, or a consultant QS, the CQS, then you will be allowed to use this prestige surveyor title, the SR, before your name. So with that, I think I conclude my presentation today. So do you think QS is a good career? So I will say yes, definitely, because QS actually is a good career because it offers the ability to move around sectors during you carry out your works. There is a career progression, is wider. As you can see, you may zoom in many areas and in your later of your career. For example, in dispute resolution, you can become an adjudicator, a mediator, or even an arbitrator. So a QS actually also promise a great pay, especially those who work overseas. So I hope that QS is definitely an excellent choice for our student, and our student will start to consider QS as a career that they can pursue. So with that, I end my presentation. If you have any inquiries, you just drop your questions into the chat box. I will try to answer. So with that, I hand over the session to you, moderator, Mr. Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you, Surveyor Chin, for the informative presentation. Next, we are pleased to have Associate Professor Dr. Tay Meng Guan from IKM to share with us. Dr. Tay is a lecturer at UNIMA since 2002 and was promoted to Associate Professor in 2020. He obtained his Bachelor of Science in Chemistry in 1999 and Master of Science in Environmental Chemistry in 2002, both from USN. He received his PhD from Durham University in UK in 2010. His research interests are in the field of transition metal complexes, catalysts, solar cell, and environmental chemistry. He has supervised 1 PhD and 6 master graduates. Dr. Tay joined IKM in year 2011 and was elected as the honorary treasurer for IKM Sarawak from 2013 to 2015 and 2022 and to 2023. And now we will pass the time over to Dr. Tay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. So without any ado, I would like to share my slide first. Okay, so wait, sorry, I need to make it. Because I have some problem with the slide sharing.
Presentation mode. Go to presentation.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is okay. Can you see the slide in the presentation mode?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good. All right. Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining these webinars talking about your career. And then I believe most of you attend to this career, webinar this morning is you are concerned about your futures. So today I would like to talk about something about what can a chemist do. So probably you, as Chin just now, she mentioned about most of you thinking about the professional personnel, they must be first in their mind is a doctor, medical doctors, a lawyer, or architect, or engineers, which already been presented by our first speaker this morning. Then in fact, there are some professional bodies that are available that apart from these four, then also can practice their professional skill as well. So in fact, chemists in Malaysia also has the professionals skill, professional bodies called Institute Kimia Malaysia to allow all the registered chemists to practice their skill professionally and ethically. So We call this Institute Kimia Malaysia. In the short form is IKM. IKM in total have got one HQ in Kuala Lumpur and also another 7 branches throughout the whole Malaysia. In Sarawak, we have one Institute Kimia Malaysia called Sarawak branch here. Then for IKM, then there are 5,039 registered chemists up to the December 2021. There are 3 categories of the membership. So the highest one is a fellow membership of Institute chemists, registered chemists. Then they have allowed about 10 years working experience in the relevant field to the chemistry, and it has to be upgraded from the MMIC, which is member of IKM. Okay, so chemistry is a professional in Malaysia because only the registered chemists with IKM are permitted to offer their professional service directly to the public. So, and often we see the reports, the analysis reports from any kind of the analysis works, then it has to be signed or approved by the registered chemists. Okay, if the chemists who sign this the reports or analysis report without the registered with the IKM, that it is considered not valid under the law. Okay, so just like other professions, so like for example, engineer and medical doctors, registered chemists can carry the title CHM in front of their name as well. Like for example, me is CHM Tay Ming Guan, and also my another one partners is CHM Dr. Cindy Tan. So those jobs that require professional chemists are like forensics, that I believe you all watch the CSI movie, okay, and then research work, material science, because imagine you are you sitting here and then surrounding of you with the materials. So all these are related to the chemistry. Okay, pharmaceutical, like for example the toothpaste that you use in this morning, it is really related to the chemistry, because the chemists need to find out what is the active ingredients for the certain purpose in your daily life. Okay, like, and other jobs like environmental works, and then lecturer, and also the food chemist as well. So now I would like to play videos. So, but this video I just play for 1 minute, and this is the video that I make in 2017 to promote inorganic chemistry. It takes some time.
Hi everyone, welcome to Inorganic Chemistry Lab. Yes, this is a research lab that you can see here. I believe most of you must wonder, what are we doing in this lab here? Well, we can do many works in this lab. For example, synthesizing, refluxing, column chromatography, and recrystallizations. However, without fundamental knowledge of chemistry, you are not able to perform this work. Therefore, I would
Okay, so sorry because playing the video sometimes needs some techniques, so that's why a bit delayed. So just now you watched the video is about the chemistry in the lab. So this is the professionals' works that can be carried out from the by the chemist. Okay, so professional chemists can be I summarize it, can be divided into four, but actually it can be more than that, but it has some sub branches. The first one is a synthetic chemist, purifications. Actually, we don't have special name for this purification chemists, but they can carry out this job, like for example separation purifications. So this is a job that exclusively can be carried out by the chemist. Then we have analytical chemists and also environmental chemists. So first thing I would like to talk about the synthetic chemists first. Then synthesis actually require a lot of chemical knowledge and the theory behind. So for example, then in order to become a synthetic chemist, then you need to equip with different type of the knowledge. Then in order to synthesize the certain material, for example, chemical reactions. So if you do not know about the chemical reactions, then you're very hard to get the final products. At the end, you will make most of the time we will make some rubbish come out. Okay, so what are the jobs that require synthetic chemists? You have a drug synthesis or medicine synthesis, and then you can synthesize the polymers. So like for example, the rubbles. The person who create the rubbles, who discovered the rubbles from the plastic from the rubbles is a chemist. And then the latest material, advanced materials, for example, the OLED. This is part of my PhD works at the time when I studied in the UK, and also the cosmetics. So in Unimas, one of our lecturers, he is very good in making different type of the cosmetics using the very nice material. Okay. The second one that I would like to talk about is the separation and purifications. Indeed, I did not purposely put the chemist because, as I say, separation and purification is the jobs that the works that exclusively can be carried out by a chemist. Okay, but because we know we know the skill and we know the knowledge. So synthesis, in fact, synthesis is not time consuming. We just need to add in some things together and then let the things stir and react by certain hours. Then after that, the chemistry completed. But the job behind after this, we have certain jobs that we need to carry out, like separation and purifications. If we do not know how to do it, then probably what we get is a bunch of the rubbish. Okay, so for example, you look at this. These two pictures here, one is a solution forms, water and oil mixtures. So in normal people will think like, how do we separate it out? Because in your mind, you thought this is a wastewater, but in the actual fact, to our eyes, is a kind of, we can do something on it and we can separate it. So for the solid mixtures, you look at the other side, which is a orange, nice color crystals. However, inside there, are you sure there is no impurity present? Then in the chemist's eyes, then we can see that we can do something on it and how to remove the impurity from these solid mixtures here. So the separation using the water and oils mixtures quite easy. We just leave it for a while. Then the particles who is higher density will settle down as sediments. Then the middle part is the pure water and the upper part is the oil. So this is what we call as a density separations. Very easy job. And the other ones, how about like this? So you see this water, are you there to drink it? Do you dare to drink it? No. Okay, because you do not know what is it inside. But in the actual fact is we can do the chemistry inside and we add in the calculations. We can add in the calculant and calculant, let it form the microfog, which is like the Sandoz speaker here. Then the microfog then can mix together and settle down to become a sediment. Then after you purify it, you filter it, and you get the pure water. So this is this principle has been used in your daily life because you get your tap water every day, right? So this is the process have been carried out in the water treatment plant. Then for the solid separations, this is a bit difficult. Why? Because you need some skill that to understand what is the impurity present inside these solid separations. So if the impurity can dissolve in certain solvent, you can use the first one, wash with the different kind of the solvent to get rid of the impurity, or just now as what I show it in my video, I do some recrystallizations. So we grow the crystal. And the last one is also is shown in my videos, which is called column chromatography. We use the different polarities of the compounds to separate out. So in your mind, this is very science or very chemistry, but this is therefore I have to say the separations have to be carried out by exclusively carried out by the chemist, because this kind of knowledge is only have when you study the chemistry in your degree. So what are the jobs that you require purification and separations? So if you work in the petrochemical refinery plants, then definitely they need you to know to have this kind of knowledge how to separate the mixture of the petrochemicals or palm oil refinery plant. As you know, Malaysia is one of the export palm oil country in the world. Then that's why we have a lot of palm oil refinery plant in our country, and we need to do some separations to get the different type of the products come out from the palm oil here. So, and the last one is a water treatment plant. Then you can what you can see from the slide before. So actually, the water that you receive from the tap water is not pure, is not directly from the rivers or any kind of the water source. They have to go into the water treatment plant, and the chemists do this kind of put in the coagulant and let the impurity particles settle down, and you at the end you will get your pure water. So the next one is an analytical chemist. So analytical chemist, then I also have something to write here. Analysis is not require a deep chemical knowledge. Yes, of course, you need to have a critical thinking. So what is called critical thinking here is why this thing is present, why, how we purify it, and how we get the good things, how we get the nice and chemistry reactions. So we need some instruments to help you, because your eyes is not the instrument. Our eye just look at the surface, what we can see. But analytical instruments like this kind of instrument listed here, they can see different things, and you need to know how to interpret the data that we obtain. Nadia Jasmine was one of my master students. She synthesized this kind of compound. This is called eterifications. And then after eterifications, she do some IR analysis. Then she got this spectrum. From this spectrum, then because of the alkane presence, then she can say that her reaction is successful, or she can double confirm with this animal spectrums, which is like you see from the medicals, like the heart pulse diagrams. But this is a chemistry diagram, so it's the spectrums for the chemical compounds. Then that's why we say we need very deep knowledge about the instrumentations and also the chemical analysis skill. Okay, and
just to interrupt, you have a minute left.
Oh, so fast. Okay,
No.
sorry. Right, thank you. Then you can see that is one signal here present. Then what are the jobs that can require analytical chemists? Is an instrument specialist and test and lab analysis. Environmental chemist is a job that carry out by the chemists that do doing some environmental works like me. So environmental works is challenging because many places that we go are dangerous and adventurous. So like me, I went to last week, I just came back from the Belaga. So these are the places that we went. So it's quite dangerous that we have to go down to the river to get the water samples. So you can be a environmental consultants, environmental auditors, and environmental conservationists. So your education pathway, that for chemistry, then you can have through 3 to 4 years in local or overseas university. Then most of the time the degree they offer is chemistry, pure chemistry, applied industry, forensic, and petroleum and pharmaceutical chemistry. So these are the minimum requirements that requires. And of course, like you will need to relate it to the subjects that you take, core courses that you take. If you want to study chemistry, your STPM or your diploma need to have the chemistry and also the other subject, probably physics or the biology. Then the minimum CGPA is 2.5 to 3.0. Those are local universities that offer the chemistry subjects, chemistry programs. You have quite numbers. Basically, most of the university offer these chemistry programs. Okay. And last but not least, thank you very much. All these are the pictures of my postgraduate students previous postgraduate students. Thank you very much to you all.
Thank you, Dr. Tay, for the presentation.
Yes. How do I unshare? I unshare this one.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Today we are also honored to have Ms. Jocelyn Jonit from SIAS with us. Ms. Jocelyn Jonit is the current Honorary Secretary for Sarawak Institute of Agricultural Scientists. She is currently working as a research officer in the Department of Agriculture, Sarawak. She graduated from UNIMAS with a degree in Plant Resource Science and Management. Her primary responsibility is to conduct and plan research and development in horticulture and product development of crops. She's keen to share knowledge on the demand and opportunity that agriculture can offer. All right, so we will now invite Ms. Jocelyn for a presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So let me see, who can share? Okay, is it in the slide presentation now? Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, huh? Okay. Okay, right. So, hello. Thank you again for having me. So I'm representing Sarawak Institute of Agriculture Scientists. Yes. For everyone's information, let me go to the next slide. Okay. So let me go straight to what is agriculture scientist. So what we do is we study farm animals, crops, and factor affecting farm production. And at the same time, we also collect and analyze samples of produce, feed, soil, and water. We also study the effect of different farming system and also the post-harvest technique associated with plant and disease and environmental condition. And the data that we have, we use it to develop more efficient technique and to solving the agriculture problems that is being faced by our stakeholders. And then we also try to maintain a balance between the economic environment and economic requirement. So so under the agriculture sector, so actually the first section that I talked just now is the introduction of what is agricultural scientist. But then in the next few slides, I will inform all the participants, especially those will be leaving the school after SPM and STPM, on what does agriculture do, what is the occupation that we have under the agriculture sector. So as I informed, we have working on the crops, livestock, and fishery sector. There are 28 professions that we have in the agriculture sector, but those highlighted in blue is the newest opportunity in agriculture, that is data analyzer, precision agriculturist, robotic engineer, and digital technology specialist. So you see now, agriculture is a diverse and a very broad sector. We can be engineer, and we can be a data analyzer, and even we can be working in with the animals, and also we can also work as a lecturer teaching agriculture. So it is very vast occupation, and I really promote agriculture as one of the main wealth for our students. Okay, so next, also in for the to be a agriculture scientist, or even working under working in the agriculture sector, was after USPM. If let's say you are not having a good grades, don't be wary. It doesn't mean that if you cannot have straight A's, you will not be able to have a good job. Okay, so like for those who are having alang-alang punya result, but you can opt to have a certificate under the agriculture, that is from the CJ Kemahiran Malaysia or Diploma Kemahiran Malaysia. And after you have this CJ, you can continue to have your diploma, and you can also continue to have your own degree. So so it is not a waste if you have not a very good grades. You can still pursue your study, and then to have your own good job in the future. So then, sorry, just like what I said just now, after SPM, you can go to the pre-U studies, either STPM, A-levels, foundation, or even matriculation. Or after SPM, you can have diploma program, and where UPM, University Putra Malaysia Campus Bintulu, is offering diploma. UITM, most of UITM offered agriculture courses, and UCAM is the college under the agriculture in Peninsula Malaysia, and even Polytechnic. Under the certificate program, for those who are not having a good, let's say, you can continue under the Institute Pertanian Malaysia that we have in even our states, Sarawak, Sabah, Selangor, Penang, Johor, and Perak, and also Institute Veteriner Malaysia, Perikanan Malaysia, UCAM, which is College RISDA, and also the vocational programs. Okay, under the diploma program in the UPM, we have all sorts of diploma courses under pertanian, perhutanan, perikanan, and even the veterinary. And under RISDA also, we have diploma pertanian and science pertanian, and among all. And in the Polytechnic Sandakan Sabah, we have diploma in agro-technology and diploma of agriculture. So these are the university that offers degree program in the agriculture sector that are related to agriculture. Among a university offering agriculture is UPM, University Malaysia Terengganu, UMS, University Malaysia Sabah, UNIMAS, UMK, UCAM, RISDA, and UKM. So there are few universities. So next is the, okay, now these are the keluaran from our Institute of Agriculture, which is located in Semonggol. As you can see, he is only having a CJ Pertanian, and then he is now currently working. His occupation is as a pengusaha ternakan ayam, and you know, livestock and like ayam is our main thing for our dinner, our lunch. So now he even though he is only having a CJ Pertanian, he is able to work. He is able to manage his own farm of 2,000 acres of chicken per month. So after he is having CJ Pertanian, now he is having he continue his diploma Pertanian in UPM Kampus Bintulu. So I believe that even though the students is I'm now very concerned on the students that has maybe will not have a good result in SPM SPM. So I just want to encourage those students, please bring up your effort to move further and let's maybe can join agriculture as part of your future endeavors. So now is the other students from our Institute Pertanian. Now I can tell you I'm not sure, but I have one teachers who like him right now. He is right now like this man, student of ours. He has 8 hectares of oil palm. So you know that oil palm is now fetching a good price. 1 ton, he can fetch about 1,200 of 1,200 ringgit. That is only using twin cap hillock. So in one day, one harvest, he can earn 1,200. So agriculture is a lucrative area to enter. So I encourage students to have this agriculture as one of your future planning. So let me also share that this one teacher that I mentioned, he is in his family actually is managing a melon farm. So with his passion in agriculture, even though he is a teacher, he can earn in one harvest. His gross income is 48,000. So, but that is excluding costs and also the labor and also the fertilizer. But 48,000 per season is a very huge amount of money. So agriculture again is a very good prospect in your future. So, okay. So in conclusion, good luck. And then for your result letter, you can think about of your future. Think what is your interest. So if let's say your interest is to be engineer, go with engineer. And then or if your interest in agriculture, you can work in agriculture. So last but not least, your degree is just a piece of paper in your education, but it is can only be seen in your behavior and your effort. So sekian terima kasih, and I hope you can gain a new knowledge from my presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jocelyn, for enlightening us on the field of agriculture scientists. And thank you all the panelists for this morning for the presentation on this section 1. And for now, we would like to proceed with the section 1 of Q&A. Just another gentle reminder for all the attendees, if you have any questions, you can type on the chat box on Zoom or YouTube Live, and we will try our very best to answer all your questions. All right, to kick off the session, allow me to extend my question to Engineer Edison Lim. So we're talking about the supply and demand in your profession. From year to year, we are getting more and more graduates, and some are kind of like worried that there may be oversupply of new graduates and trained professionals in the market. Please share with us your opinion whether is there any oversupply in the profession?
Yeah, thanks, Jackson. Yeah, about this supply and demand, right? Yeah, just now I showed the statistic, right? Up to I think the statistic up to last week, from the both engineers website, we have like 160 plus thousands of registered graduate engineers, which is the engineer actually graduated from degree from universities. So of course, not every engineers that graduated, they will venture into the engineer field. Some they might go to businesses, some they might go for even in the banking line and so on, or sales. So of course, engineer is very depending on the economies, as we are actually seeing that our Malaysia's, the population is actually growing, and the infrastructures, the demand of production actually is growing. So the demand actually is proportions to I would say, the population and also the economies. So I think as long as the economy is good, our population is increasing, there is always a demand in engineering fields. Yeah, of course, not to say that I think in Sarawak itself, actually, we are actually growing. You will see that a lot of these infrastructures project that actually came out, like, we have actually seen like Pembonios, the coastal highways, and also this Sabah, Sarawak, Link Road, SSLR. And of course, we see a lot of these plant, the industry free zone in this Bintulu Samalaju Industry Park. And so also in our Kuching, we have this Samajaya Industry Zone. And I heard that recently they're going to expand it in the Samarahan. So I see that the initiative of our government, they try to attract more investment, investor from overseas to invest, to set up plants, factories in our Sarawak here. So I see that, yeah, there is still a lot of opportunities for engineers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Engineer Edison. And I believe surveyor and engineer is kind of like a two linked profession. And so long as there's engineer, I believe there will be surveyor required. What about in the field of surveyor? Surveyor Chin, do you mind to share with us?
Yes, for surveyors, actually, is also similar what Engineer Edison have said. In my opinion, I don't think there is an oversupply of a new trend of professional, especially in QS profession. Like just now, Edison have said, Malaysia or Sarawak is still a country that is still developing, especially Sarawak is still lack of many basic infrastructures and amenity, such as roads or bridges or even highway. Our Pembonian highway still in construction. So Sarawak actually needs more trained professional QS. And you can see the chart that I showed just now. You have a trained and professional registered QS or the consultant QS. We only have 1,716. So as compared to engineers, QS is actually the amount of registered trained QS is really small as compared to the whole entire nation of how many millions of people. So I don't think there is any oversupply lah. So we need more QS. That's why we need to encourage students to really take a look of to take this career as one of their career in order to develop our countries. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate feedback, Surveyor Chin. So if we talk about if the supply, I believe there will be demand in the market to meet this supply. Dr. Tay, do you mind to share with us whether how can we address the demand and supply mismatch on the market?
Thank you, Jason. So actually the demand and the supplies mismatch, it happens for certain kind of professionals. Okay, like Edison, he mentioned in the beginning, then some of the engineer graduates not necessarily have to go to the engineering field, but maybe they go to the business, because it depends on the economy at that time. Like for example, when I graduated at the time, 1999, the economy was very poor. So some of my classmates, they went because the many factories also they do not take many graduates in Penang. So some of my classmates, they even go to others places. So how do we address this? Is actually it depends on the countries. Okay, so the government policies, that have the proper government policies to capture the needs of the certain fields. Okay, So for example, like chemistry, then if the chemistry actually is not that difficult for mismatch, because chemistry, we can go for different kind of the field. Like we cannot get this kind of job, but we can go for other kind of the field like engineering. We can go into the environmental field also. So indeed, mismatch for us is not that serious, but mismatch for other professions like medical doctors, maybe they are more serious, because sometimes I was like, now I often see the news that the supplies of the doctors in the government's hospital probably is higher than what they need. Some like for example, like those doctors, they need to get the what to call the contract doctors. Like last year we have this issue also, but it has to be depends on the government policy. I believe the Kementerian is doing their job and try to address this problem. Maybe Dr. Cindy Tan also can give some helping some comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Teh, for the sharing. What about, can we ask some opinion from Ms. Jocelyn as well on the mismatch of supply and demand? Ms. Jocelyn, do you want to unmute yourself? All right, thank you.
Okay, right. So in the mismatch, agriculture has a very wide range of discipline under our components, and therefore I cannot see that the mismatch will be happening, because in what the slide that I shared just now, under agriculture, you can work under engineering also. Can be part of the agriculture. Even chemists also, can be part of agriculture. So on top of that, there are quite a number of agriculture related agencies, either in government or private, like the factories. Like here in Bintulu, we have agriculture, ABF, Asian Bintulu Fertilizer. Chemists can also working in the ABF, like for example, but still agriculture, those who are working under agriculture in the industry can also work in those kind of factory. So I believe that agriculture sector is able to place our graduates and also our students. Okay, I think that's my opinion.
Listen, I think
Yep.
Dr. Cindy Tan can give some opinions about the mismatch also.
Yes, please, Dr. Cindy Tan. Do you want to unmute yourself first, Dr. Cindy? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Yeah, so I was thinking that, for chemistry like this, chemistry graduates, we really are not, there's not so much of a mismatch so far. We are really versatile people. We can go into various industries. And because in everyday's life, we can see that chemistry really occupy our central position in sciences. So whether it's in petrochemical industries, pharmaceuticals, they are still very much needed. So it's a matter of how chemists can be versatile and upskill yourself from time to time, and then just go in where the opportunities are. Yeah, that's all about it from me right now.
Thank you, Dr. Cindy. So I believe from what the profession that we talked about this morning, from engineer to surveyor to chemist and to agricultural scientist, all these professions are very closely linked to our daily life. I mean, without engineer, without quantity surveyor, there will be no roads, there will be no highways, there will be no flyover. I believe then we'll be having more jams in our daily life. Possible the 1 hour road trip will take you another 2 or 3 hours if there's no highway, there's no flyover. And without chemists, I believe we may be consuming a lot of dangerous things in our life. So chemists help us to solve all these issues, and agriculture scientists, they provide us the best needs, our food, our drinks, everything that we need in our daily life to continue with our life. Right? Do we have any questions from the floor, Larry?
Hi, Jackson.
Yep.
I was just looking through the YouTube, page. Apparently,
Right.
there is no question from YouTube, and like on the same time too, we don't have any question from the chat box as well.
It's okay,
So
no
to
worries.
fellow attendees, this is the best time to ask questions. because we are all here to address all your doubts and all your questions. All the professional bodies are here. So yes.
Yes, don't be shy, because it tends to be our Sarawakians sometimes to be shy when it comes to ask questions. I mean, this is really something that happens when West Malaysia speakers come to Sarawak. They say that Sarawakian tends to be very quiet when they come to ask questions. So, I mean, you don't have to speak, you just need to type, and we will just answer accordingly to your question if we can. So please do post out some questions for us. If you have anything in mind, just try your best to come out. Okay. So, I mean, going further, I mean, in the field of engineering design, in the field of engineers, we have just want to talk about there are so many disciplines in engineers. So as a civil engineer, what is the biggest setback that you have ever encountered before while you're practicing your profession?
Yeah, I think either it's a setback or the challenges or the difficulties, right? I think as a civil engineer, we always need to deal with building up structures, that are actually used by people. Like for example, like road, houses, buildings, and bridges, and even like water dam, So as an engineer, professional engineers, we do carry the liabilities, to ensure that the structure need to be safe to be used, is environmental friendly. Because as a professional, when we endorse, our endorsement in the plan, in the construction plan, and the plan will actually being built by the contractor accordingly. So we need to ensure that what we actually endorse, we carry the liabilities, and we cannot jeopardize the safety of the peoples, Of course, the difficulty that we're always facing in the project is always the budget and also the time constraints, So sometimes we have limitations of the budget. We might be required to look into the alternative, a cheaper way or easiest way, but still bear in mind that the safety is always our concerns, the main concerns. And of course, times, yes, I think like during the COVID times, due to the shortage of the workers, foreign workers, and also the close down of the MCO, so a lot of our project in state or in the nation actually facing the delays. So we need to actually catch up. Yeah, so I think there's a few challenges that we've been facing in the recent times. Yeah.
Okay. So it means that all your work experience do count when we come to find an alternative procedures or measures to overcome whatever things that you may encounter, or just during this construction stage. Weather will affect everything as well, isn't it?
Yes. I think engineer is always tends to solve the problems, and engineer is a problem solver. Yeah. So whenever the problem encounter, I think we need to find a solution, to solve it. Yeah.
Yep. And the solution will still need to keep the public safety in mind.
Yes.
Yep. What about surveyor? Surveyor Chin? You want to unmute us?
For as what Engineer Edison say, the biggest challenges actually are QS. Also, as I mentioned in my presentation slide, we mainly have to manage the cost and ensure the entire project have to be completed within the time frame without compromising the quality. So that's why we have to work closely with the engineers to ensure all these. So usually when time is essence in a contract, or even before you procure the works, so we have to assist the project team to come up with several options, what type of, to decide on the mode of procurement, how you procure. So we have to assist them on where we can save the time in order to fast track to implement the project so that the project can be on the ground. Because usually people will say, oh, have been called tender or whatever, I have been heard the project have been launched, but there's nothing on ground, So, but of course, engineer, like what Edison have said, they cannot compromise on the safety. So they have to make sure their designs are in accordance to the specifications. So they need times actually to find out based on the data in order to come design and then finalize their design. So here we are the QS, we have to try to assist as much as possible on the project team, regardless whether it's the engineers or the architect. So that will be our challenges because times is very crucial for us in order to manage a project lah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
So sometimes we don't see engineer and surveyor on the bright sunny day. It's you people are still discussing something behind, maybe inside a container, I believe so sometimes, isn't it? You are discussing something in a container to keep everything in order and to run smoothly.
Yeah.
Okay. What about Dr. Tay? You have been academic for all these years. What about you? Do you have any setback during your profession as a academic chemist?
Sorry, I cannot remember what is your question in the beginning just now.
No worry. Do you have any setback while you are practicing your profession? Setback. Do you have any setback now?
Actually, no. Because I'm all the time. My career part is quite straightforward because I'm quite determined when I study my degree already. So what I want to be, so I plan for it. So when I finish my degree, finish my STPM indeed. So what I want to be. So I will ask myself after 5 years what I want to be. So I want to be a lecturer. So then I based on what I have on my result, STPM result. So I apply for what course that I want to go. Then after that, I graduated. Then at the times, also a bit dilemma because I see all my friends looking for the job. Okay, then I ask myself whether I still want to continue my study. So that's why after that I ask myself again, what is your initial plan? So what is my initial plan? Then I want to be a lecturer. So without any ado, I continue for my master. And after that, I go for my I apply for the job in Unimas or other university. Then I get a lecturer's post and join as a lecturer. So very start from the beginning, very determined already because that's my plan in the initial plan. So that's the thing. In fact, most of the students right now they can, especially those who are attendees now, they have their own plan after 5 years. 5 years plan. So what they want to be. So then there's the things that they can decide now. Because the purpose of their attend to these webinars is to look for other kind of the profession. So because these professions are very, because people say like very well incomes and probably and very high status of the career, probably people say like that. And then so I think they're in their mind they already set out what they want to be because to me, yeah.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Jocelyn, do you have anything to share with us on your career?
So in our profession, so I'm working as a research officer. So in conducting research, we need to match what does our stakeholder needs. We cannot conduct a research that is not needed by our rakyat. So that is the main thing that we want to solve the problem of our stakeholders. So if let's say we are having a research that doesn't match what they want, then it is considered as a research short sendiri lah. So that is the one that we need to avoid as an agriculture scientist. And then the second one, I believe our premier is working on digitalization. So our research need to be under the IoT, Internet of Things. So right now we are working under those in the line. And the third one is as a government civil servant, we are working with the stakeholders also, our rakyat. So we need to be the mediator. Even though we are a research officer, we still need to convince people. We still to teach them what is the right way. If let's say that there is a like pest and disease problem, and we are giving their solution, but then they are not keen, and they do not want to receive our advice, it can be disastrous for our agriculture industry. That is our one of the setback lah. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. If there's any disaster that happened to your field, then there will be disaster on us as well, I believe.
Yeah, true.
Okay,
Yes,
so that's
yes, sorry, I want to add some things about the agriculture one, because now I think, because we are the lecturers. Actually, what I previously always do is, some people thought like in my time, some people thought like agriculture is not the very well income, and many people run away from the agriculture science. But in the actual fact is, now agriculture probably is the most well income, highest income, because this is a real thing. Because now we running up a lot of the food, you know, like going to the ocean, probably the fish is not enough to support people. How many months I haven't ate my grouper fish. How many months already I have never eat. Now grouper fish have to be real one, is from the aquaculture science. So actually they have very high demand, you know, actually. So I believe, like, for example, just now Jocelyn showed one of the successful candidate, oil pump, the one that dealing with the oil pump business. In fact, I have seen some people who are younger than me, and he has 30 hectare of the oil pump. Then his income every month is 30,000.
Yeah.
Sure.
Cow.
Yes, that is the minimum income for his salary. But he just keep quiet, because every day he just bring his Hilux to the farm, to the estate, and collect the oil pump. Hire some Indonesian now, of course. Then, but people doesn't see from the outlook he is so good income, you know. But in the actual fact, they are the people who are very rich.
But it comes with effort. But
yes.
It comes with effort lah.
Correct. Starting is they have to know where to get the skill and the knowledge, and also deal with the government, how to get the helps or the aids from the governments. So, and from there they can do some small business, and after that they know the route already, they can develop their business.
Yeah.
The passion and the effort pay well as well.
Yes.
They need to pay a lot of effort. Okay, I believe I didn't see any more questions from the chat box, neither on the YouTube. Can you confirm it, Larry?
Nope, there are no questions.
All right, good. If that is the case, I believe that we have come to the end of first session of the day. Thank you, Engineer Edison, Surveyor Chin, Dr. Ted, and Ms. Jocelyn for all of your sharing. And I believe that when they're supplying the market, there will be demands required in the market as well. And the demands can be locally within the country or even internationally. And individuals shall study hard, study smart to get knowledge, work hard and work smart to gain experience, practice a professional with utmost ethics and professionalism, and there will be a market for professionals. And once again, I would love to extend my utmost appreciation to all the panelists, or the speakers, for the time this morning. And now we will conclude the first session of the day. I will pass the time back to Mr. Larry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson Lim, for a very well-run session. I hope I'm not too late to change my profession as well after listening to all these different professional bodies.
It's never too late. It's never too late.
Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Anyway, Jackson, thank you so much for your time. Being an avid cyclist, you have sacrificed your Saturday morning. You should be on the road cycling with all your groups, I believe. But yet again, for the benefit of all the society, you have given your time to moderate this event. What we'll do right now, I will play a corporate video from IEM, Institute of Engineers of Malaysia, and followed by a video from Royal Institution Surveyors of Malaysia. I just want to let you guys know that for all the attendees, if you wish to know more about us, someone actually asked if we are giving out any presentation slides. We don't mind actually. That's because the intention of this this webinar is for you guys. So I have attached the link in the chat box. You can actually key in your details and probably we can reach out to you. So without further ado, what I'll do right now is I'll play the corporate video of IEM, then followed by the video by Royal Institution Surveys of Malaysia.
The Institution of Engineers Malaysia, or IEM, is the premier professional organization.
Sorry, I might have not accidentally shared the sound. My mistake. Give me a minute.
Committed to excellence in engineering. Founded in 1959, IEM promotes and advances the science and profession of engineering in all its disciplines. Our members have been instrumental in the growth of Malaysia, having contributed to the sustainable socio-economic development across the country. IEM is one of the largest professional bodies in Malaysia. Membership is growing rapidly each year. The membership of IEM consists of two classes, namely corporate members and non-corporate members. The institution accepts only the highest standards in admitting corporate members into the institution. Applicants have to go through stringent interviews, and acceptance is based on experience and credentials. IEM only accepts qualifications from institutions recognized by the Engineering Accreditation Council of Malaysia, EAC. IEM has signed MOUs and agreements of cooperation with local and foreign institutions, universities, local councils to cement closer inter-institution cooperation. Since 1997, the institution has become the hub of engineering cooperation in the region. IEM hosts the Secretariat of the ASEAN Engineering Register, AER, and processes applications from IEM members for the APEC or International Professional Engineer Registers. The institution shares its views pertaining engineering matters and policies with various government ministries and agencies, relevant stakeholders, as well as the general public. IEM issues position papers on engineering matters that are of concern to the profession and the community. IEM has various technical divisions and special interest groups to cover the whole spectrum of engineering disciplines. The Young Engineer Section, YES, caters for activities for graduate and student members. The IEM Women Engineer Section celebrates the contribution of women in engineering, science and technology. IEM has a solid network across Malaysia. In addition to its headquarters that caters to its members in the Klang Valley, IEM has 12 other branches nationwide. To service the needs and interests of its members, the institution conducts regular technical conferences, seminar, workshops, and technical visits to uphold the quality of engineering. The IEM Awards are created to confer recognition to an individual, organization, or body for an engineering achievement in Malaysia. The institution offers the IEM Scholarship to deserving Malaysian engineering students to further their studies at local universities. IEM publishes biannual journals and monthly bulletins named the Jurutera for circulation to its members. The world is changing at an accelerating rate, and so is engineering. IEM will ensure that Malaysia's engineering capabilities will give it the edge to be the significant player not only in the ASEAN region but also globally.
So that was it. The two corporate videos from IEM and Royal Institute Surveyors of Malaysia. So we are coming to session 2 right now. So I will invite Surveyor Richard Fu, the chairman of the board of directors of Ultimate Professional Center, and also a renowned surveyor in Sarawak, to moderate this session. But before I bring him in, allow me to introduce him to everyone. Surveyor Richard Fu is the chairman of Ultimate Professional Center Sarawak. He is a fellow of the Royal Institution of Surveyors Malaysia and is registered as a consultant quantity surveyor with the Board of Quantity Surveyors Malaysia too. He holds a Bachelor of Building degree with a major quantity surveying from the University of Melbourne, Australia. Richard has over 30 years of experience as a consulting QS and is a managing director of FCH Quantity Surveyors Sdn Bhd, Kuching. In his free time, he likes jazz music, clean industrial and architectural design, cars, and food. But none of these are in any specific order. You can ask him more after this, which one is his favorite. So without further ado, I would like to bring in Surveyor Richard Fu. The stage is yours.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Larry, for your introduction. So I think what we'll do is we continue with session 2 now. For session 2, we have 3 panelists. They will be from the MIA, Malaysian Institute of Accountants, from MIP, Malaysian Institute of Planners, and also from PAM, Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia. So to start off, we will have the panelists from MIA, Mr. Jackson Lim, to speak to us. And since Larry, I think you have introduced Jackson earlier on as the moderator for session 1. I will skip that and over to you, Jackson.
Thank you, Surveyor Richard. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jackson from Malaysian Institute of Accountants, MIA. Right. Okay. Who is MIA? MIA is a statutory body under the Ministry of Finance, MOF, and it was established under the Accountants Act 1967 to regulate and develop the accountancy profession in Malaysia. And the Accountants Act 1967 under section 22 and 23 of the Act requires a person residing in Malaysia to be registered with the MIA if he practices or holds himself out as a chartered accountant, licensed accountant, auditor, tax consultant, tax advisor, or any other term of like description. The other term will be like accounting, doing accounting work as well. So MIA's roles within accountants is as a regulatory role and a developmental role. Regulatory role, members' registration to ensure compliance with relevant rules and compliance with the financial reporting, auditing, and ethics standards. Surveillance initiative to ensure compliance, enforcement on non-compliance to regulatory requirements. Under the developmental role, baseline competence for accountants as a professionals, and thought leadership, technical guidance, and support, and continuing professional development, which is like seminars, everything, and talent pipeline. Okay, this is some statistics on our MIA membership. Okay, currently we have, as at 31st January 2022, we have 37,864 members throughout Malaysia. Among these 37 members, we have male members of 17,291, which is only 46%, and we have female members of 20,453. So here comes one question that I need to ask every time. Where are all the males? Please come, qualify yourself, and join MIA as a member. We need you, man. All right, under MIA, as a member, we can involve in 4 separate sectors, which is academia, commerce industry, public practice, public sector. Academia will be lecturers, teachers, or whatever that relevant to teaching on accounting, auditing, or tax. Commerce or industry will be our commercial accountant, those and account in practice they're doing daily entries to ensure that the account is in compliance with the Malaysia Private Entity Reporting Standard or Malaysia Financial Reporting Standard. Depends on which accounting standard they're reporting under. Public practice will be like me under auditing and tax practices, and public sector will be with government. Okay. So how to become a chartered accountant in Malaysia? We have 3 routes that a person can go through to become an MIA members. First, we'll talk about the route number 1, which is in the middle of the screen, through the recognized university accountancy degree program. And this is all the recognized university under the Part 1 first schedule of the Accountancy Act 1967. Among the universities will be University of Malaysia, University Technology Mara, and we have a lot of lists as well, including International University. All right. And after you graduate from the university, you will have to go through a MIA care program. And after you finish your MIA care program, you will be able to call yourself to become a member of MIA and to become a chartered accountant in Malaysia, which you can carry a title of C.A/M, right? Then the other route will be route 2, through the recognized accountancy body program, which is the Part 2 first schedule of the Accountants Act 1967. This is I would say, the most popular route way, which is through the professional bodies. And I believe among all the publics, the few famous one will be ICCA, CPA, which is more commonly heard among other people. And apart from that, we have ICAW, MIPA, Institute of Chartered Accountant of Scotland, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Ireland, and CIMA, and some Chartered Accountant Australia and New Zealand, and even Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants. Okay, so after you finish all the exam papers in the professional bodies, and you are enlisted into the members, you will just register with MIA, and you can become a full member of MIA as well and carry the title of Chartered Accountant. Route 3 will be through the unrecognized university degree or accountancy body program. Okay, sorry. And if you go through any university that was not recognized under Route 1 and not through the accountancy bodies from Route 2, then you have to go through MIA qualifying examination, which is called MIA QE. Okay, this QE is an exam that you have to go through under MIA. And this is just a general procedure of how it goes through. In general, just you will have to register for the workshop, sit for the exam. Then once you finish all the exam, then you will be qualified and apply for the MIA CI membership through MIA care program as well. Then you are able to qualify as a chartered accountant in Malaysia. So this is basically the 3 routes that a person can choose to go through to qualify as a chartered accountant in Malaysia. Okay, talking about the new and future skill sets that an accountant required. A lot of people just thought that accountant is just about double entry, debit, credit, debit, credit. It's quite boring. It's not actually just debit and credit. It's not just about keying the entry left and right only. You have to equip yourself with a lot of skills, a lot of skill sets in order to show yourself that you are just not a standard doing double entry jobs, right? Okay. Skills that are required by accountants to embrace technology, because technology is a new thing currently and going forward. Okay. And we need technological skill set and abilities to handle digital tools, like what we are handling now is also kind of a digital tools as well. We need communication. English language definitely is the first choice, and proficiency and ability to articulate ideas through communication. And we need a lot of critical thinking as well, creativity, strategic and analytical skill set, and an outcome of oriented mindset. We need all this critical thinking to process the data that was provided by our client in order to perform our work and to prove that the account was prepared in a true and fair view, in my view, as a public practice. And lastly, the ability to embrace change and able to read trends, because from the year that I started as an accountant until now, things has been changing quite drastically. Accounting standard has been changing every few years, and we have a lot of requirements to meet as well. So we need to embrace the changes, and we need to read what is the trend that's going to come in future. Okay, some critical skill set that our next generation accountant that might need as well. So this is something that I hope that I can enlighten some accountants to be, and also some students that are studying the accounting subject now. From the top, bottom left, good communicator, as I said just now, we need to communicate both your results and what you do to all the people. You need to show your account to your boss, you need to show account to your auditors, and you need to be able to communicate all this information as well. Industry awareness definitely is one thing that you need. Internet savvy, I believe it cannot be escaped at the moment, and because the whole world now is depending on internet, especially after this MCO and all these COVID issues. And IT audit ability, this is what more specific to my field, that we need to have some special ability and some skill set to audit IT. And we need some proficient with ERP accounting systems as well, because there are so many types of accounting software available in market. And definitely regulatory and compliance, this is one thing to uphold our ethics. And also technical accounting skills, change agent, flair of commerciality, and we need to have a very good goal setting skills as well. Trendy and agile. One thing very important, emotional intelligence, because I believe whoever heard about the profession as an auditor, you know that we are under a lot of stress, and this emotional intelligence definitely is one thing that we need to equip ourselves with as well. Okay. So this is basically all the general information for to become a pathway to become a MIM member and to call yourself as a chartered accountant in Malaysia. And if any of the attendees that you need any further information on the pathway to become a chartered accountant in Malaysia, you can contact our Sarawak Regional Office, which is located at Ultimate Profession Center in Jalan Mata Kuching. And the telephone number and the email is attached in the screen for your reference. Please do approach them if you have any queries to clarify, so that one day I will hopefully I can see you as a chartered accountant in Malaysia. And please guys, we need more male accountants in Malaysia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jackson, for your very quick run through of the accounting profession.
Thank you.
I'm sure a lot of people have heard about accountants. They know about accountants, but what they've gone through, I think that would have given a lot of people the additional information that many would not have known. So our second panelist is Ms. Efariza Abdul Hamid from MIP, Malaysian Institute of Planners. What I will do is I'll just give a very quick introduction of Ms. Efariza. Ms. Efariza has been a co-op member of the Sarawak chapter of the Malaysian Institute of Planners since 2019. She's currently working as a planning officer in the planning department of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Urban Development. Prior to joining the Sarawak state government, she worked for 5 years in the private sector as a town planner for a local consulting firm. She graduated from University Technology Malaysia in Johor with a bachelor's degree in urban and regional planning. Her primary responsibilities as a planning officer at the ministry include industrial land applications, telecommunication towers, and government project siting. Today, she is keen to share her knowledge from both the private and government sectors, particularly with those who are interested. In her spare time, she enjoys hiking and also the outdoors. And I'll pass the mic over now to Ms. Fariza for your sharing session. Thank you. Ms. Fariza, are you?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Richard.
Okay, thank you.
A very good morning, everyone. Have I shared my screen?
We can't see it yet.
Sorry.
Able to share?
All right. Can you see my screen?
We can't see your screen right here, Fariza.
I already have the screen actually. All right. Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can see my screen.
As for Ms. Fariza, it's all right, I'll share it for you.
Yeah, I think Larry will help you to share. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Let me share. No, it's okay, Larry. Let me share.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you are not sharing your slides. It's all right, you're sharing your screen instead.
Yeah.
Let me share it for you. It's easier that way. You just have to say next. I'll click next for you.
Okay, I think I've shared it.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I'm so sorry for the technical problem. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Fariza Abdul Hamid. I'm representing Malaysian Institute of Planners this morning to talk about how to what is profession of town planner. All right. This is what I'm going to talk about today briefly. What is town planning and the technical skills for town planning career, the scope of work in private sector and government sector, and the universities offering town planning program. Okay. As the student who participate in today's webinar, right? If you ever wondered why is it in certain places you are able to drive, you can only drive to a destination, and why in certain places you can easily walk about from point A to point B, and then why is it that some places in your city it is wealthier than the other? So if you ever wondered about this, if you ever question yourself when you stroll around the city, so I think urban planning is for you, because urban planning we deals with everyday life, like shelter, housing, community, the politics, social, economy, and most importantly, the environment, and also the land use. The land use planning. What you can see in the photo here is Desa Park City. It's one of the city in KL. So behind the planning of a city, there's a town planner who plan where to put housing, where to put institutions, and how to plan a road, and etc. Okay, what do town planners do? Briefly, town planner assists communities, companies, politicians in determining the optimum use of land and structures. In layman term, we create spaces for people to live and work, such as towns. This is a photo of Kuching. You can see the new Golden Bridge, and you can see the town landscape. So town planners play a huge role in shaping what city looks like. Of course, we work very closely with other professions such as architects, engineers, landscape architect, and etc. Okay, what are the skills for a town planning career? It's I'm not to say a simple skill, but you need to have a critical thinking, because town planning, you provide a solution to urban issues. So you know how to plan the best for the people. And of course, to have an effective communication, because we have to engage with the policymakers, the stakeholders, such as the developers, and also the communities, especially, because we plan for the people. And also software skills, this fret not, you can learn this in university, such as AutoCAD and also GIS. Back in the days, there were no softwares. So the town planners, when they learn, they just use, they sketch manually on paper. So the minimum qualification of higher learning for you to pursue this career is Bachelor of Arts and Science first degree in town planning, town and country planning, or urban and regional planning, or city planning, or the equivalent from the universities in Malaysia that has accredited by the Board of Town Planners Malaysia under the Town Planners Act 1995, Act 538. Okay, I'm just going to share my personal experience in university. So these are among the subjects that the students will learn. You will learn land use planning. Land use planning means you have a piece of land, and then you will learn on how to plan, what to put in the spaces. Where are you going to put the housing? Where are you going to put the institution, like the schools and the industries, and also the commercial? You know, when you go to a city, you can, okay, let's say in that area, from your house, you can easily go to the park without having to drive your car. So you can easily access it through cycling. That's a very good planning, I would say. And then you're going to learn urban design, environmental planning and management. There are various components in planning. Actually, a town planner need to have a basic knowledge of all of this, such as the transportation planning, the tourism development, community housing, sustainable and livable city design, urban and traffic engineering. Yes, we did learn a bit of engineering in university, but of course not as elaborated as what the engineer learned. The comparative planning and also the rural development. I just share some of the photos. If you are going to pursue this profession, no, not profession, major in university. Okay, once you graduated, you can either work in the private or the government sector. If you are working in private, you're gonna be you might work in a consultancy firm, and you can be a project manager, or you can work with developer. But if in public sector, you will work in department and also the ministries, the council, or even in academic field. You can be a lecturers in university. Okay, this is the career prospect. In federal level, in Peninsular Malaysia and Sabah, they have Jabatan Perancangan Bandar dan Desa, Plan Malaysia, or Kerajaan Tempatan, local governments. Means if you are working as a planning officer, gonna work in this department, I would say, yeah, this department. Like each of the state, they have not each, they have their own Plan Malaysia, like Plan Malaysia HQ, Plan Malaysia Johor, and Plan Malaysia Terengganu. Or in state level, in Sarawak, we have Kementerian Sumber Asli dan Pembangunan Bandar, which I'm currently working at. The Jabatan Tanah and Survey, it's one of the agency under the ministry, and Lembaga Pembangunan dan Lindungan Tanah, Pelita, Kementerian Pembangunan Industri, Perbadanan Pembangunan Perumahan, the Housing Development Corporation, and also the Bintulu Development Authority. If you're working in one of these agencies or ministry, the scope is a bit different, but but the position is the same. It's as planning officers, or you can be lecturers in university. Okay, this is the just gonna share a bit on the scope of work in private sector. I've been working in private sector for slightly over 4 years in Kuching. So among the scope of work is the first one is to recommend and prepare a spatial planning for the authority development. We have to deal with clients, the applicants, the owner of the land, on what is the best use of the land, what to put before we submit to the authority for approval. That's a very crucial steps in ensuring that the project will be approved. And also to prepare a compilation and development supports in reports for private developers in order to gain authority approval again, and also to prepare study report required by government. Yeah, we did involve in a study, a master plan study with the government. So this is just an example. It's not done by me, but when you study town planning, this is what you're going to see: a map, a zoning map, like the roading, right? You can easily see how are you going to plan the road, how are you, where are you going to put the open space, and how are you going to plan where's the housing estate, where's the commercial estates, things like that. Yeah. And then if you are working in private, there's various consultancy and of firms and developer in Kuching. Okay, I've just been working in government sector not for a long time. It's not even a year, but I'm just going to share you what I've been doing this whole time. So as a planning officer, we lead and we manage the whatever things that are related to planning, and then we manage works related to development control. Like for me, my primary responsibility is to check and to study on the industrial applications. When there's an industrial application, whether we recommend, is it proper? Is the area is in a proper location? If it's too near to the residential, it's not going to be viable. Things like that. You provide your input. And then to manage process in the identifying site for government development. Yes, this is what I've been doing as well. For government project, we see where is the best location, where is it going to benefit the people the most, things like that. And also to engage, this is the most important part, which is to engage with community and relevant agencies in preparing development plans. As you can see in the photos here, this is some sort of a zoning plan. We always check if you have a project, is it tally with the structure plan of that area? If it's contradict, then it's not viable. You are not going to recommend things like that. And then you can see here it's a public participation by the ministry with the local people. They work together with the resident office, the JKKK, and other relevant agencies such as the land survey on how to create the best plan for the people. What is the vision of that area, and then you come up with a local plan for future reference for the planning of that area. Okay, these are the universities offering the program in Malaysia which are accredited, such as University International Islamic University, UIA, UTM, USM, Polymas in Perlis, University of Malaya, KL, University Technology Mara. I myself was from UTM, Skudai Johor. As you can see, most of these universities are in West Malaysia. We have yet to have the degree program in Kuching yet. I believe it may be in the future planning, hopefully. So you wouldn't have to travel that far. Okay. This is the classes of membership in MIP, Malaysian Institute of Planner. Once you study in this field, you are going to be a student member. After you graduate, you will have to register yourself with the Malaysian Institute of Planner to become a graduate member. Graduate member, it should be the person holding recognized qualification in top planning, which is the opinion of the council are acceptable for eventual corporate membership. After you become a graduate member, after you have a local working experience, then you can apply for a corporate membership. So you have to apply for the corporate membership in order for you to become a qualified person. Okay, these are the steps to become MIP corporate membership. You become a MIP graduate member. I don't want to dwell too much on this because, but yeah, you can.
Miss Eferiza, you have about a minute to wrap up. Huh?
All right, okay, I'm almost finished actually.
All right, thank you.
My university life, this is what you will experience. There will be a lot of presentation. You will learn about the housing, and then about a lot of site visit. These are the photo of us visiting the URA, the Urban Redevelopment Authority in Singapore. And then it's going to be a lot of studio session with the studio is the main subject in Faculty of Built Environment. And then you will, these are the things that you will produce big plans, maps. Yeah, that's one thing. A planner, I still remember what my lecturer said. You eat you eat map, you drink map, you sleep map, everything is you deal with map. And then this, okay, this work life. Planning, designing, engage with communities, and then these are our sort of like a work trip to see a very successful planning housing estate in Kuching. Okay, last but not least, if you become a town planner, you can contribute in the country development. Everything that you see in your daily life outside, it's very how to say, planner a planner contribute much into it. Like we assist in the land administration towards an efficient, effective, and balanced national development, which is to bring a wholesome good to the welfare and benefits of people. This is the expired planning theme. We plan for people, with people, and from people, not just for cars. I think that's all from me. Thank you. If you have regarding this profession, you can email pertubanperancang@gmail.com. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Efariza. I think your presentation has been quite enlightening. Planners, of course, are very important people. They work very hard behind the scenes. And I'm sure a lot of people don't know what planners do. So, going through what you have presented, I think that has, as I've said, enlightened a lot of people, and hoping that a lot of the students out there, school leavers, will be able to see this as another area that they can look at in terms of their careers and their future professions. Okay, thank you again, Ms. Efariza.
Thank you.
And on to our third panelist in session number 2. Our panelist is architect Awang Hasim bin Awang Sulong from PAM, Pertubuhan Architect, Malaysia. Let me just do a very quick introduction. Architect Awang Hasim is currently a committee member of PAM Sarawak chapter. He has a Bachelor in Architecture from the University of Lincolnshire and Humberside, Hull, England. He's registered as a member of Lembaga Architect Malaysia, or LAM. Architect Awang Hasim has more than 17 years of experience working in the architectural industry. He's a director in Architect HIF Sendirian Berhad, which is an architectural firm in Kuching. And he teaches as a lecturer in the Faculty of Built Environment, UNIMAS as well. His interests includes traveling, drawings, carpentry, and participating in outdoor activities such as hiking. So, Architect Awang, I pass over the mic to you.
All right, thank you very much, Surveyor Richard Fu. Right, good morning, Assalamualaikum, and a very good morning to all. Today I will be representing Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia Sarawak chapter. So this morning I will be talking about how to become an architect, or route to become an architect. All right, I'm sure that most of us knows, at least knows who are architects and then what they're doing. But then again, this morning, for the purpose of sharing to all the potential architecture student out there, especially what do you call students in the secondary schools or in the what do you call higher institution. So all right, today I will be speaking in English and as well as in Bahasa, so I will try my best to explain it to you in 10 minutes or so. What is architecture profession, and then at the same time I will explain a little bit on what are the qualification that requires for you to pursue for a study in architecture. All right, move on. I think my first questions today is, what is architecture? So before that, I will just show it to you. What is this picture? What is this photo? So this is actually a building. So what building is this? So if you are from Kuching or recently visited Kuching, so I'm sure that you know what is this building. So just to tell you that this is actually a newly completed building, which is located in Kuching. And then this is actually Sarawak Culture Museum, designed by our local architect, our local well-known architect, which is Datuk Sri John Lau. I'm sure that most of us has visited this, because this is seems to be popular building, and then a popular destination for Kuching people, and then for visitors especially. All right, moving on. It's always talking about architecture. So when we talk about architecture, sometimes we don't really know. What we know is that building being constructed by the contractor, but who actually designed a building? So today I will explain a little bit to you on what is actually architecture. So in a simple phrase, ataupun simple manner, architecture is about designing a building. And then not only building, actually we design building spaces and its physical structure. So that is a simple, what you call, explanation on what architecture is. And then at the same time, sometimes students from schools would like to know whether architecture is actually art or science, what they call based. So to explain it to you, architecture is actually both arts and science. So in a way that architects design creative and visually inspiring structures and spaces. So that falls under art. But at the same time, while ensuring that their design are safe, functional, and realistic. So this actually the subject of science. So in a way that we can say that architecture is about learning both arts and science. All right, so moving on, architecture. Architecture can also be defined, and then also can be defined as a manipulation of shapes, forms, space, and light to change our environment. So when you look at your surrounding, you can see that there are a lot of building structure with so many forms and so many shapes. And then from that forms creates so many spaces, and then it gives you different, what do you call, effects, and then at the same time reflects different atmosphere around you. So in a wider definition, it would include within this scope of design of any built environment, which as what we heard from our friends from MIP just now about town planning, but architecture actually falls under the same what they call design field as town planner. So town planner actually design the whole planning of the town, but architects built and design the building within the planned townships. So in a way that we help town planning ataupun town planner to design the urban settings, and then how people moves around the town. And then also we touch about landscapes. So architect also design the landscape apart from landscape architect. So we work together with a landscape architect to create a better built environment. All right, architects also design structure. These are also one of the elements in architecture, which is very interesting. So mostly we sometimes derive our structural concept through nature. So we can't escape nature. Some structure resembles nature and how it is built. So we work closely together with structural engineer to design interesting structure as what you see in the screen now. So all these structures will reflect different feelings and the different concept, and then it gives a different atmosphere altogether. So not only on the structure, but also part of architecture, we always also talk about furniture because that is more details. When you talk about objects in architecture, we also design what do you call signages. We also look at the colors. We also look at the texture of things, and then this actually gives a certain impression to people and then how they react. So by looking at this, architects will come out with their own ideas and then their own expression, and then at the same time it will give different impacts or feelings towards the environment ataupun the spaces that we design. Okay, the work as an architect does not just end with design. Architect also works closely with engineers and contractors, making sure that the construction that takes place is in accordance to their drawing and specification. So extension from designing of the building. So architects also supervising the construction of the buildings on site. So that is also the responsibility of an architect. Okay, all right, when you talk about architecture profession, there are two important bodies in Malaysia. One is the Board of Architects Malaysia, which is the Lembaga Architect Malaysia. The architecture profession in Malaysia is actually protected by law, similar to other professions. The regulating and governing body of the architecture profession in Malaysia is known as Lembaga Architect Malaysia, LAM. They govern the entire profession, starting from the definition of an architect under the Malaysian Constitution, licensing, practice, acts, and enactment, as well as education. So when you talk about this, all the architects registered in Malaysia must register under Lembaga Architect Malaysia. So the next important bodies under architecture in Malaysia is the Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia or the Malaysian Institute of Architects. So these bodies concerns the well-being of architects themselves in Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia. It functions as an association that takes care of its members, organize functions and manage the professional development of an architect from the lowest to the highest qualification and standards. Similar to other professionals, just like bars exam for lawyers, architect also require a certain level of qualification that is a standard worldwide. For in Malaysia, we have professional examination similar to other professional bodies. So PAM is actually helping on this, and then have to make sure that it is actually to the qualification or the highest standards what we expect. Okay, studying architecture. So for students out there, we would like to know what qualification do we need in order for us to study architecture in Malaysia. Okay, for that purpose, if you look at the diagrams, education pathway to becoming an architect, there are stages that a student has to, remember. Okay, for students from SPM level, they're required to enter pre-U ataupun foundation. So either pre-U foundation or STPM in Malaysia. So those qualification from matriculation, pre-U or foundation, there are certain qualifications that we are looking at in order for you to apply for a degree in architecture. So degree in architecture takes 3 years. We call it LIM Part 1 because this is actually under Lembaga, Lembaga Part 1. We call it 3 years. And then after completing 3 years architectural degree, so the graduate are qualified to move on to study under master's program. We call it graduate architects. So when becoming a graduate architect, so you have to study for another 2 years to get to your qualification for Lembaga Part 2, or we call it LIM Part 2. So after graduate the Masters of Architecture, so for students, for the graduates, they have to what you call undergo certain numbers of years, which is 2 years practical training or 2 years working experience in architect's office. So for that 2 years, they qualify to sit for a professional examination in order for them to becoming a professional architect. So in order to become a professional architect, they have to sit for Lembaga Part 3 examination. So in details, I will just show it to you the diagrams, simplified diagrams, to show that after SPM, some of us will enter the diploma in polytechnics or STPM, or maybe you enter Prayu, Asasi, or Matrikulasi. So in Unimas, we call it Asasi Science because we have Bachelor of Science in Architectural Studies for Lembaga Part 1. So for after matriculation, after completing matriculation, they can opt for entering first Part 1 for the Lembaga Architect Malaysia, which we call it Architectural Bachelor of Science in Architecture. Normally 3 years program for most university in Malaysia. 3 years program to get to your Part 1 architectural Bachelor of Science in Architecture. After 3 years study, the first degree, then they are qualified to get to enter Masters in Architecture, which will take another 2 years to complete. After 2 years of Master of Architecture, there will be the graduate will be awarded Part 2 Lembaga Architect Malaysia. So after completing of the Master of Architecture, so the graduate can register with LAM, Lembaga Architect Malaysia, as a graduate architect. So before becoming a professional architect, the graduate must work for another 2 years before they are qualified to sit for a professional exam, which is a professional exam Part 3. So for this, they have to fill in their logbook, make sure that they have what you call undergo the interview. They have to pass the what you call oral test before they are allowed to sit for the professional Part 3 exam. So whenever when they pass their professional exam, then they are qualified to register as a professional architect under Lembaga Architect Malaysia. Then when you are awarded Part 3 Lembaga Architect Malaysia, then you are allowed to set your own office, and then you can practice as an architect, as a professional architect. All right, a little bit on the study on what actually we study in the university. What will you study in an architectural degree? So these are the subjects that you're going to study.
We've got about a minute to wrap up.
All right, okay. These are the subjects that you're going to study in architectural school. You're going to study architectural design, history, building materials and construction, environmental science, building technology, building services, measured drawings, CAD or CAD, computer-aided design, and 3D modeling. So in architecture is a very different way of studying compared to other what they call other program. So we call ourselves as design studio based. So the way we study is more like study in a studio. So you will have to have design studio projects. Projects will be given to you, and then you are required to present concepts, designs, and models to support your design works. This allows you to gain valuable experience in designing and building physical structure, which are essential once you graduate and starts working as an architect. Okay, for those interested in profession as an architect, one important thing that you have to have is the passion ataupun minat in architecture. So not necessarily talent in drawings, but it is an advantage. And then the rest are all challenging life, you know. And then also you will not be working in a cubicle, but then again you have the opportunity to go outside, site visits, travels, and so on. So skills that you need to study architecture, these are basically similar to others. You need to have a good presentation skills, the dedication in ability to meet deadlines, because projects have deadlines. You have to make sure that you complete your certain projects at the time duration given, and then ability to think creatively and logically. All right, career, after completing your architectural degree, you can become a design architect. Not only that, but you can also opt for becoming a model specialist, architectural material specialist, 3D visualizer, interior designer, landscape architect, even town planning concept architects, local project manager, and also become a lecturer. So these are the list of the university or institution which are offering architectural program. Few of them are actually in Kuching, and then one that in Kuching and Semarahan is University Malaysia Sarawak, UNIMAS, and then also the University Technology Mara, UITM, in Semarahan, and then in Sarawak, University Technology Malaysia, UTS, Taylor's University, UCSI University, and then some of them, I think most of them are actually in Semenanjung. Right? So we have a local university. So syarat-syarat ataupun the qualification, as what I mentioned just now, either matriculation or STPM, minimum requirement, PNGK or GPA of 2.0 from Asasi if you are in UNIMAS. You require MUET for Malaysian University English test, and then the rest are shown on the screen. But then again, what important is that most architectural program in university requires student to undergo interview. And then one thing that is important is that calon tidak cacat penglihatan. So you must not, colorblind. So I think that's all from me. All right, I'll give it back to Surveyor Richard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Architect Awang Hasim. I think that's been very interesting, very informative, and maybe very colorful as well, right? Presentation on architecture. As I mentioned before, session 2, we have 3 panelists. So we had all our 3 panelists who have presented. Mr. Jackson Lim from MIA, Ms. Fariza Abdul Hamid from MIP, and Architect Awang Hasim from PEN. So that brings us now to the Q&A session. Maybe what I'll do is I will start off with with a question to all the panelists. Then we can have a bit of a sharing and a discussion on this question. Now, as we all know, in this day and age, with the introduction of AI, artificial intelligence, etc., there's a lot of discussion out there that a lot of the professions, will be changing because of the use of tech, etc. So maybe we can discuss in the next 5 to 10 years, how would you see your job market for each of your professions? How would you see that job market evolve in your profession? Maybe we can start off with Jackson on that. Especially accounting, I think it's one of the professions where they're talking about big changes coming because of tech. Okay, Jackson.
Thank you, Sir Richard. I believe in the next 5 to 10 years, I mean, when business grows, there will definitely need someone to oversee the account. Those IT technology things, I believe it would still hard to take over human mind. Because, I mean, definitely there's software out there on the market saying that you just have to scan your invoice, then the software will automatically help you to take up the basic double entry. Yes, they can do that. But you still need human intervention to make sure it's correctly posted. We have a wording saying that rubbish in, rubbish out, or garbage in, garbage out. If you key in the wrong information, the outcome from the keying of the information will be wrong. Then, when the management made a decision based on the wrong account that was being presented to them, and I believe if that things continue to grow, that wrong information being continue to grow, and the management are making a decision based on the wrong information given, I believe that might bring a disaster to the company, especially cash flow wise, and also information wise. So I believe in the next 5 to 10 years time, in accounting field, definitely we still need manpower to get involved to make sure. I mean, IT will definitely help us to ease our job. It will help us to fasten our job. And I can't deny that in my field as an audit profession, software and IT definitely help us to lighten our job. It will help us to finish our job faster. But without human intervention, I would say a lot of things will come out in error, and which is not good, because I believe everyone knows that account leads to tax. If you are paying taxes based on the wrong account, and one day when Inland Revenue Board come and find you and do an audit on your account, and all the things was done incorrectly, I would say then you will get prepared to pay additional tax plus penalty, and which is, I believe everyone knows that it's not very pleasant times to go through. So I would say in the next 5 to 10 years time, we still need manpower to get involved in accountancy field. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jackson. Fariza, what about your field, town planning? How do you see the jobs, the scope for the town planner? How would that evolve in the next, say, 5 to 10 years?
For me, even in industrial revolution, with all these technologies coming in, but I believe that the technology cannot take over our job as a town planner, because this line of work, it needs critical thinking. It needs our own input, human brain, to overlook the thing, to weigh in what are the suitable planning aspect in town planning. Yes, we of course we use technology as well. For instance, the ministry, we are moving into a digitalization of all the documentation. We are using ESPA currently, which help us. It just help us, the officers, to process things, but it still needs our input, our thinking skill, whether the application is fit, is fit for approval or not. Yeah, that's my personal view. It's even in 5 to 10 years, I still believe that the demand for town planner will still be high. I mean, it will still be in the market. It certainly wouldn't be worries that that however the technology evolve, it will overtake our job. No, I believe it's not going to be it's not going to turn out that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Fariza. So I suppose what we're saying, or what you're saying, similar to Jackson in the sense that with tech becoming more and more important, the use of technology will actually enhance our work, help us to maybe do more work, carry out more detailed work in a shorter time in a more efficient way, rather than overtake the functions and the roles that the professions can play, in their respective environments. Yeah. Okay, so Architect Awang Hasim, I suppose when we talk about AI for architecture, it's probably the potential there is probably even more than in some other professions. Where there's a lot of discussion now about BIM, building information modeling, etc. Those areas, maybe you can also talk a bit about the impact of BIM on architecture and on the construction industry in general. And then also tell us a bit about how you see the role of the architect evolving in the next 5 years, in the next decade or so.
Okay, when you talk about BIM, I think it's just a matter of implementation, because the technology that has been developed in this actually will enhance, as what you mentioned just now, more onto the integration of how other professional works. To me, BIM is like to make sure that the platform that we use actually being shared with other professionals. So, for example, when you talk about building construction, when we, for example, the architect prepare their technical drawings, and then at the same time, the engineers, M&E engineers and structural engineers are using the same platform to make sure that there will be no mistakes or discrepancy in terms of what do you call construction later on. So this will minimize the construction mistakes, and then this will also minimize the what you call cost overrun. And then at the same time, the QS, the quantity surveyor, will also use the same platform to to do their costing. So I think the technology that you mentioned when you talk about BIM should be implemented as soon as possible, because if you're talking about in Sarawak as compared to, in Malaysia, for instance, as compared to other developed country, so they are very advanced. So I think we should be also be fast in order to use these tools in order for us to move forward. And then when you talk about another 5 to 10 years in architectural field, there will be the potential will be more endless. We actually really need housing, because we're talking about population of Malaysia now 33 million, and then it's always an issue of shortage of housing. So I don't think it will be like what do you call the profession of architecture. Architecture will be less important, but then again now becoming more important. How to make it fast? You know, BIM can assist us in order for us to move faster, to build more houses in what do you call less time, and then at the same time. What you call, you can solve our problems, other social problems, or because we know that we are having a problem of shortage of manpower. So these are all the tools and the technologies that will assist us on becoming faster growing countries, and then also to help our industry, our building industry. All right.
Okay, thanks, Awang. Yeah. Maybe just a quick check, and Larry, have we got any questions from the participants? I think on Zoom Q&A and chat, I don't see anything. But what about YouTube, Facebook? Any questions?
Hi, Surveyor Richard. Yes, there is a question in YouTube. I think it is addressed to Ms. Efariza. The question goes like this: in a development process, how do you tie the role town planners as against the architect, valuer, surveyor, engineer, and land administrator? Please, mohon penjelasan. Thank you.
Okay, Marisa, just a few quick words to help us understand.
Okay, planning, as a planner, the input from a town planner, from a planning expert, is very important at the pre-application stage of the project. That's like that's the basis of how a project come about. You need to get the approval first, right? Before it can be constructed, even before the an architect can submit the plan, the building plan. So town planner, they may point out to you, let's say as an applicant, okay, let's say you're a town planner, you can point out to your client, to the applicant, that you cannot submit a proposal that wouldn't be approved by authority, because you know how what is the checklist, what is the policy, what is the guideline, because to plan you need a guideline, which what we use in Sarawak is the the development control standard. Okay, the development control standard. Things like that. You need to give the input based on like the setback, the land use compatibility. That's a very crucial input that you need to put in a plan before the application can be approved. While the other profession that like the architect, it comes after that. Once you secure your planning approval, then it's almost like you create the pathway for the building to be can be constructed, and the surveyor to conduct a survey plan. Maybe our fellow profession like AR Awang and surveyor can chip in as well. We can discuss about it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Farisa. Architect Awang, Hasim, do you want to add on to this? Just to, explain the continuation after the town planner comes in, then, the more detailed design comes in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the importance of town planning is actually more into the policy, and then the strategy that being the philosophy, and then also the plan that has been set up by the government, especially what kind of strategy, especially on planning in terms of economic structure. So how do you develop, because politician and then also the government actually knows how to make sure that certain area can be developed, and then what are their policy. So architects can chip in, because that is why if you're talking about architect and planner, there is always overlapping interest there, and then architect can also work as a planner if you look at the profession. So in fact we can work together, and then sometimes in government planner is actually plays a very important role. But then again, when you talk about detail in terms of building, architect comes later. But the policy maker is always the the government officer on top, the politician, and then also it goes down to the town planner. So town planner is actually the one who interpret the government policy on certain town or certain area that being planned by the local authority. Architect's roles comes a bit later. That's why it's very important for the town planner to really know what actually the intention, and then this will chart the the overall pattern of the development of that area or that certain town. So I think to us, planner is actually very important in interpreting whether that town will be prosper, for the next 10 to 20 years. And then also we know that town for similar like Bintulu, for example, what is actually Bintulu? This is actually a oil and gas base, Miri, and so it has to comes from the mind of the politician or the government to chart out what actually that town, the shape of that town will look like, so the town planner is very important to interpret that in the physical forms, and then architects will come to perform their duty later on, to design all those buildings. So I think that's why planner is actually very important to me. Right?
Okay.
Thank you, Awang. I just want to add in something. That's a very good point. We translate the policy of the government into the development of an area. Like what I learned in uni before. Our country, we have Rancangan Malaysia, right? That's the highest or the biggest development plan that we have to follow. The government have the policy on what is the vision of our country, and then each of the state will have a structure plan where they interpret what are the vision in the RMK into the national physical plan first of the country. Then after that, we interpret in the structure plan, which will involve written policy as well. Let's say, what is that area? What is that state? Will be championing stuff like that, and then we will have from that structure plan, we will interpret again to a smaller scale, which is local plan, local plan with rancangan tempatan daerah. Each division will have its own planning. What is just like Awang said, like Bintulu, it's very specialized in oil and gas. So the planning will revolve around that activity and growth. That's a different of scope of work of a town planner and also the other profession.
Okay, thanks, Farisa. So I suppose in short, if we go back to the question, I think the question was how does the town planner, together with many other professions, fit into the picture? So I suppose if we, in 15 seconds, if I can say, any development project, it normally takes a long period of time, maybe 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. There are many professions involved, and there are many timelines along that. And each of the professions will come in, at the correct or appropriate time to move the project forward from, when the government came up with how they want a certain area to develop, right to the end product, when the building or the township, etc., come into existence. Okay. Yeah. I've one question for Jackson. Earlier on, we talked about how you see the profession evolving in the next 5 to 10 years. But this is for me just an interesting point with accounting, because we've talked about the core areas of accounting, basically auditing, taxation, things like that. But accounting actually has a very much wider scope than that, right? I mean, you talk about the management side of things, etc., management, accounting, etc. Maybe you can enlighten us a bit as well into some of these other areas that accountants work in as well.
Okay. For basic information, accounting mostly is more about past tense. It's about things that been occurred, then we just take out whatever things has been done, or it's about recording of historical data. But we do have accounting professions that they are working on something yet to come, or something speculating like cash flow projection and even budgeting. Because budgeting and cash flow projection is another field of expertise. It requires a lot of studies, requires a lot of discussion and meetings with, especially with a lot of other professions as well. I would say in the government, those accountants in practice which prepare yearly budget will need to work very closely with the engineers, the town planners, so that they can work out next year budget for our Sarawak State Assembly and even the National Assembly in West Malaysia. So it's not just about past entries. Some accounting definitely will involve themselves in planning for futures, like what I told just about budgeting as well. And also we have a lot of profession in different fields as well, which we have IT audit, which basically it doesn't touch about figures, it will touch about technical things. That's what I mean, like what Senior Richard say, it's not just about past, which is about something that going forward as well.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Jackson. Larry, do we have any other questions from the participants or from the floor?
Hi, Surveyor Richard Fu. Unfortunately, no. There are no more questions from YouTube or in the chat box.
Okay, yeah. So, so if we have no other questions, then I suppose we can wrap up Q&A for session 2. Yeah, I would like to thank again all our 3 panelists who have presented and shared with us in the presentations and in the Q&A discussions. Jackson Lim from MIA, Farisa Abdul Hamid from MIT, and our Hasim from PAN Sarawak chapter for taking the time off this morning and presenting to us in this webinar. Okay, thank you again all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
So Larry.
Thank you, Surveyor Richard Fu. I know you moderated it well. And I just want to thank everyone, especially the panelists, for your very informative knowledge and sharing session. Give me a minute. Let me just manage this for a while. Before we start session 3, maybe I will play some. I'll play 2 corporate videos from the Malaysian Institute of Accountant and Persatuan Arkitek Malaysia.
With the rise of automation, every industry has been restructured and redefined, paving the way for technological advancements to accelerate progress. Emerging technologies such as cloud computing, artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity, and data analytics will enable the accountancy professionals to advance to a more strategic role as trusted business partners. By adopting technology, accountants' work will become more exciting and moving up in the value chain. It is MIA's value creation goal to drive digital transformation to future-proof the profession so that accountants can create more value for business and better support business continuity and sustainability towards nation building. MIA aspires to enhance and empower you throughout your individual digital journey with financial expertise and the amalgamation of technological advancements and innovation for better business acumen to support economic, social, and environmental sustainability. By leveraging on emerging technologies, we can help businesses in all sectors and sizes succeed in this era. Technology will continue to evolve and transform, and we will continue to be here to support value creation in businesses and society. Together, we are future ready. Regulate, develop, and advance.
What is that?
Hello there. Ah, I see. So you are confused then. I have a suggestion. Architecture. Oh, no idea at all? No worries. I'm going to take you to a journey to the world of architecture school. So buckle up in 3, 2, 1.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony. Until one day, a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in. But it's time now, you ignite and turn to embers. Like a phoenix, you burn. thirst and desire. You transform out of pure flesh. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire.
So, what do you think of it? The next move is yours. Good luck. Bye.
So that was it. 2 corporate videos from Persatuan Architect Malaysia and the Malaysian Institute of Accountants. I know it has been a long day, but I hope you're all still alert. We still have viewers with us on YouTube and in the Zoom. So before we go to session 3, we just want to give you guys a heads up that we have the doctor, the pharmacist, and lawyer in the pipeline. Maybe we can go for a short break and come back, say around 12:30. Then we will listen to session 3. If that's the case, I'll see you guys. Don't go away. We'll resume our session in 12:30. See you guys again. And we are back, guys. For session 3, I would like to invite chemist Dr. Lau Seng to moderate and introduce the speakers for the final session. As usual, questions are to be asked in the chat box, or you can comment anything in the chat box as well. But before we begin, I would like to give a little bit of background of chemist Dr. Lau. Dr. Lau is a retired professor of environmental chemistry at UNIMAS. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from UPM in 1982 and PhD in Chemistry from Hull University, UK in 1987. He has been an academician from 1987 until he retired in 2019. Currently, he is a freelance environmental consultant and also a trainer with ChemSign. He is a member of Institute Kimia Malaysia and was the chairman of IKM Sarawak branch in 2009 to 2012. He was the recipient of the Perhin Sri Excellent Water Industry Award in 2012 and also the Chief Minister Environmental Award in 2017. In his free time, he enjoys golf and tennis. And for your information, he's a very good golfer. He has successfully convinced and influenced me to pick up golf too. So most likely we'll play golf tomorrow afternoon, right, Prof? If that's the case, the stage is yours, Prof. I'm sorry, Prof.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Larry, for that elaborate introduction. And of course, yeah, golf is a passion. But of course, we can have it anytime, right? Because I'm a retiree. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our final session this afternoon. I know it's been a long session, long day, but I think the subject matter that we are talking about have captivated us to stay on. And I can assure you the remaining 3 speakers will go on to inspire you a lot more and to help you to chart your way forward in your life. Yeah, especially to those aspiring professionals, the students who are still in schools, who are just came out from school, and also for the parents and for the teachers. Yeah, this is a good time for you to get more information, to inspire, to guide, and to counsel your charge. Yeah. So without further ado, I would like to now, first speaker for the afternoon session is from the MMA, the Malaysian Medical Association, Dr. Leonard Goh. Right, Dr. Leonard Goh is a medical officer in the Department of Pediatrics, Sarawak General Hospital. He graduated from International Medical School in 2018. And has been serving Sarawak General Hospital since February 2019. So he's on the COVID mission, so to speak. Yeah, Dr. Leonard is an honorary treasurer for the National SCOMOS, SCHOMOS, and Malaysian Medical Association, as well as the state chairperson for SCOMOS Sarawak. So, Dr. Leonard, over to you.
All right, thank you, Prof. Lau, for the kind introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leonard from the Malaysian Medical Association. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this forum. So, yes, I believe the medical profession doesn't require much introduction. We have been talking a lot about it over the past 2 years during the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. But just for formality's sake, let's just go through what is medicine. So medicine is actually the science or practice of the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of disease. So it's actually not limited to whatever you see in the hospitals. Of course, there are a lot of dramas that focus on hospital medicine. We have House, we have Hospital Playlist for the Korean fans, we have Grey's Anatomy, But essentially, there are a lot of under-recognized forms of medical practice also. For example, occupational health and safety. For example, epidemiology, public health, and all these. So when you study to become a doctor, when you take up the medical course, you have to train in the basic sciences as well as the clinical sciences. So basic sciences actually includes a lot. Anatomy, which is the study of the structures in the body. Physiology, the study of all the biological processes in the body. The normal processes. And then we have pathology, which is all the study of all the abnormal biological processes in the body that causes disease, such as microbiology, bacteriology, virology, and parasitology. We also have pharmacology, which is the study of drugs, how they influence the body and how the body influences them. We also have epidemiology, which is something that has been in the center of attention for the past 2 years, given the outbreak of COVID. We have also medical statistics, because you need to understand how statistical analysis is done so that you can interpret results from studies and also to implement them effectively in your patient care. Right, so most universities spend 2 to 2.5 years on these basic sciences. Then they move on to the clinical sciences, where you have your training in internal medicine, which is the bulk of medical practice, pediatrics and child health, which is the children version of internal medicine, obstetrics and gynecology, which concerns itself with the women's health, as well as childbirth, general surgery, orthopedics and traumatology, which is got to do with the bones, as well as any trauma cases, ophthalmology, which is the eye, otorhinolaryngology, which is the ear, nose, and throat, radiology, which is the field of imaging, whether it's X-rays, MRI, or CT scans. And then we have the anesthesiology and critical care, which takes care of the ICU as well as the operating theaters, psychiatry, emergency medicine, and family medicine. And there's actually a lot more fields that you can go into as part of clinical sciences. But at the undergraduate level, these are the fields that you focus on. So you notice that there are actually a lot of words that are very long, and they might seem foreign to you for now. But the study of medicine is such that there will be a lot of new words that will come across. And I think your vocabulary will have to increase as you go along your study in the field of medicine. So good grasp of English is a must. So the study and practice of medicine is regulated by the 1971 Medical Act, and it's governed by the Malaysian Medical Council. This is not to be confused with the Malaysian Medical Association, MMA, which I am a representative of today. The MMC is the regulatory body, while MMA is the body which takes care of all the other factors such as welfare and also pushing for policies, right? So the MMC actually requires prospective students to have 5 Bs, each in bio, chemistry, physics, maths or maths, plus 1 additional subject at the SPM level, as well as BBB, ABC, AAC, or CGPA of 3.0 at the STPM or A levels. If you're taking matric or foundation in science or another pre-med, you need to have a CGPA of 3.0. So this is the requirement of MMC. You cannot get into a medical university. You cannot get into a medical course at university if you do not fulfill these requirements. It doesn't matter whether it's a private university or a public university. These are the minimum requirements required. So there is automatic disqualification if you are found guilty of any offenses or any dishonesty, such as cheating at any examination, falsification of any documents, plagiarism, or if you have any serious debilitating physical or mental illness, that might be a factor in excluding you from medical course, or if you have any serious communicable diseases such as having HIV, human immunodeficiency virus. This is to make sure that after you become a doctor, you can practice medicine safely so that you do not harm the patient. In medicine, the first and foremost rule is to do no harm. Right, so medicine is actually a very, very long and occasionally tiring career. So the bulk of graduates from medical school go into clinical practice. Of course, with the current shortage of positions in the government hospitals and clinics, people are starting to branch out into other non-clinical fields. But generally, if you embark on the journey to become a doctor, this is what you should expect. Right? So at around 19 years old, you complete your pre-U studies. At 20 years old, you enter medical school. Medical school is usually a 5 to 6 year course, depending on where you do it. Then finally, you graduate at 25 years or 26 years old with an MBBS or an MD. MBBS stands for Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery. MD stands for Doctor of Medicine. So that's when you have your doctor title. But that does not mean that you can practice freely in Malaysia, right? So you have to embark on your housemanship training first, which is a 2-year program where you have to rotate through internal medicine, you have to rotate through general surgery, pediatrics, orthopedics, obstetrics and gynecology, and also a 6th posting in either anesthesiology, emergency medicine, or psychiatry, or primary health, where you man the clinic kesihatans. So it's only then, only after you complete your housemanship, when you're about 28 years old, that you get to practice independently as a medical officer. During your housemanship, you're known as a house officer. House officers can practice, but only under supervision. So it is exclusively done in government hospitals, where you are supervised by your medical officer as well as a specialist. So as a medical officer at around 28 years old, you can start practicing medicine independently. You can offer general services. You can start to open your general practitioner clinics outside if you quit public service. But bear in mind, the Medical Act dictates that you have to serve 2 years of compulsory service in KKM hospital, a Ministry of Health hospital, before you can leave the government service. So around 30 years old, that you only start to specialize, meaning you choose one specific field and then you train further in it. And specialist training actually takes 4 to 7 years before you finally become a specialist. And that's the end goal for most of us who go into clinical medicine. We want to become a specialist to offer good services and dedicated services to our people. So as I mentioned, there are actually a lot of alternative career pathways with an MBBS degree, because a lot of people are getting pushed out of clinical medicine these days with the shortage of positions within the government healthcare facilities. So a lot of people actually go into becoming researchers, whether it's a laboratory researcher or clinical researcher. They become lecturers, they go into public health, they go into medical law, and even become policymakers. Some of them choose to go into hospital administration, or they become medical writers or journalists or illustrators. In fact, there's one Frank Netter who illustrates all our anatomy books. He is a doctor, but his hobby has always been art, and it has become the routine textbook for all medical students worldwide. As a doctor, you can also go into health insurance companies or healthcare consultancy at pharmaceutical companies. Right, so as a junior doctor myself, I think it's very important to make sure that before you even step into medical school, you know what to expect. All right. So what are the wrong reasons for studying medicine? First of all, people think that doctors are very loaded. They have a lot of money. That's not true, right? My starting salary is actually 4K, which must sound a lot, but considering the student loans that I have to pay back, after all the deductions, it doesn't amount to much. You can earn a lot more if you go into other fields. I just now heard there was someone who earns 30K per month, right? in the agricultural sector. So maybe if you want money, that's the field to venture into. You might also think that there's a lot of fame or prestige associated with studying medicine. The fact is that within your first 10 years of practice, it's a lot of grunt work. You are actually slogging away. In a way, you're actually exchanging your own health and sanity for your patient's health. Yeah. Job security wise, I'm quite sure that some of you would have heard of Hartau and a lot of junior doctors being very displeased with the government because they switched us to contract service instead of permanent position. And that actually threatens our job security because as I showed you earlier, we need about 10 to 15 years to even become specialists and independent doctors, right? So that is something to consider if you choose to take up medicine. Good grades, parents' requests, these are definitely not the correct reasons for studying medicine. Right, so as a junior doctor, what's the reality? You are classified as a junior doctor 10 years upon graduation, so that will be until you're 35 years old. You're still considered a junior. Overworked, underpaid, you don't have much time for yourself, for your partner, for your family. You have huge debts from educational loans unless you're on scholarship. You can get PTPTN, but still the repayment schedule is about 750 per month. Job security is not that secure even in your home country. You can choose to go overseas, but it's highly regulated overseas also. And most of the time they would use you as a foreign medical graduate to fill in the gaps in their service rather than focus on developing your skills and helping you to specialize. It's also very highly competitive between yourself and your fellow doctors. There's also a struggle between the third-party administrators as well as other healthcare organizations. And increasingly, there is a risk of medical negligence lawsuits that we see overseas, and that is also becoming a trend in Malaysia. So what to expect as a doctor? You definitely need to study lifelong to keep up with the rapid medical advancements. For example, COVID was a challenge to all doctors worldwide, no matter their seniority, because it is a completely new virus. It acted similar to the SARS virus, SARS-CoV-1, but it challenged a lot of perceptions that we had. For one, which is the virus particles of a certain size cannot be airborne. So there's a lot of lifelong studying involved. There's an increasing emphasis on research and other activities, which is on top of your clinical work. And there's actually a lot of administrative paperwork on top of clinical. I would say that 60% is filling in paperwork, just to make sure that your clinical work stays on point. Right, then as you progress, you will get increasing responsibilities at work in the ward. You also need to go down to the clinic to see patients on top of managing your ward patients. You need to go on call, which is where you receive all the referrals for 36 hours from 8 a.m. One morning to about 5 p.m. the next morning, the next day. And also, as you become more and more senior, you're expected to train your juniors. So as a house officer, currently we don't have the practice, but overseas there is a practice for house officers to teach medical students and for medical officers to teach house officers. And as specialists, of course, you have to teach everyone. So you can see that it's not just about practicing and treating patients. There's a lot about developing your legacy also, making sure that there is a trained personnel to take over you in your absence. So I've focused a lot on why you shouldn't study medicine, but then why study medicine at all? I think that you should study medicine if you enjoy problem solving, sometimes under high stakes, especially in the emergency department where people come in, they are just a few minutes away from death, and somehow you manage to resuscitate and bring them back from the brink of death. If you enjoy the kind of adrenaline rush in responding to emergencies, you enjoy talking to people, and you enjoy helping people even at their worst, because people will come to you with all sorts of ailments. They come to you very sick, and still you need to talk to them. You need to take the time to liaise with them, their families, their caretakers, and try to sort out and figure out what is wrong with them, how to treat them, and nearing discharge, how to make sure that their well-being is continued to be taken after, taken care of even after. Yeah.
My apology. You have 1 minute.
1 minute left. All right, sure. Yeah. So you also need to be aware of the social economic background that your patients are from, so as to make sure that the care is holistic. So this is the quote that I want to leave you with, all the prospective medical students out there. In medicine, it's idealistic, it's impractical to expect to cure your patients always. So this is a saying that it is quite close to my heart, which is the role of a doctor is to cure sometimes, treat often, and comfort always. And with that, thank you very much. These are my details if you want to contact me to answer any questions that you might have. Right, thank you, Prof. Now back to you.
Right, thank you, Dr. Leonard. That's a very enlightening talk on medical professions. Yeah, so you have to open up the doors for those who are aspiring to be doctors. So doctors are not just seeing patients or opening clinics. There are many, many other opportunities out there. So take note of that and open up your mind and don't close down your opportunities. Yeah, explore. And if you want to know more, Dr. Leonard is there as ever willing to share the experience and information that you require. So thank you, Dr. Leonard. We will come back to you again during question and answer. So the next speaker will be from the Pharmacists Association of Sarawak, or the PFS, the Persatuan Pharmacy Sarawak. And the representative is from Miss Lau Hui Ming. Lau Hui Ming, she's there on the screen. Miss Lau is working with a company in Kuching, a big company that provide market expansion service for pharmaceuticals, over-the-counter service, customer health, and medical device company. So from A to Z about medicine. Yeah, so she will support the doctors a lot, definitely, providing all the medicine. She is an honorary secretary of the Sarawak Pharmaceutical Society. She holds a Master of Pharmacy from University of Strathclyde and Bachelor of Pharmacy from IMU and Strathclyde as well, a twinning program. She is the registered pharmacist since 2005. Her work experience as a pharmacist in government hospital, worked in a company to deal with wholesale and community pharmacy for 3 years, operated as an independent pharmacy for 10 years. Now she's in the field of distribution for pharmaceutical products. Yeah. So with that, I invite Ms. Lau to present.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Prof. Lau, for that wonderful introduction. Let me share my screen. So let me know if you can see my screen. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me start our presentation. So good afternoon, this is afternoon, right? Good afternoon. So I'm Hui Ming. I'm a pharmacist and I'm from the Sarawak Pharmaceutical Society. So we'll be sharing on our profession today. So today's presentation will cover the academic and professional pathway required, the different aspects of being a pharmacist, and the trade needed to be a pharmacist. Let me just get my pointer on. and also career progressions and opportunities. So before you enroll in the pharmacy degree, you need to at least to have a science background. And also you need to have the related science subjects. Usually it will be chemistry and biology. And you have interest in serving the community because pharmacy, because it's healthcare related, you do directly engage with the public. And so if you have the interest in serving the community, it will be one of the great traits before enrolling in the pharmacy degree. And you must have the ability to memorize items. There's a lot of details that we need to go in, whether it's the structure of the actual medicine, drugs, or you need to just remember simple things like what it's for, indication, how many mgs, what kind of dosing. All these are a lot of details that you need to memorize, and that's one of the prerequisites that you need before you enter a pharmacy program. So the academy and the prerequisite to become a pharmacist, first you need to enroll in a pharmacy school with the required results. So usually you will have like a Form 6 or A-levels equivalent or even a diploma. Now, if you want to practice in Malaysia, the degree must be recognized by the Malaysian Pharmacy Board. So I do recommend that there is a website that you can go to for you to check whether the degree that you're going for, whether it's overseas, especially overseas degree, whether it is recognized by the Malaysian Pharmacy Board. You need to obtain the minimum Bachelor of Pharmacy degree, B Pharm, M Pharm, Pharm D. Now, actually, I have an M Pharm, no B Pharm. It's because in the UK, when you do a 4 years degree, they call it M Pharm, which basically is just B Pharm with B Pharm honors, the kind of thing. So Pharm D usually will be available in Northern America, whereby they do 5 years degree. Then before that, then after that, or during the course, you actually sit for a qualified forensic exam. So before becoming a fully registered pharmacist, you need to undergo a year of PRP, what we call provisionally registered pharmacist. Provisionally registered means you are not really a fully registered pharmacist. You need to do this training before registering, becoming a fully fledged pharmacist. The training will either be in a government setting, which is the major portion of it will be in the government setting, or what we call government accredited centers. So it can be in the industrial setting, it can be community, and it can be hospitals. The training assessment will be under trained and accredited preceptors, either registered pharmacists with 5 years experience, what we call. Finally, one will become a fully registered pharmacist with a registration number under the Lembaga Pharmacy Malaysia. Now, for the training part, the majority of the posts will be in government at the moment, and majority will be in the hospital setting. So that's the issue there. Later we'll bring that issue up again. So what's the aspects of the profession? So we have something called a Type A license. A Type A license is something that I require for me to practice. So it's usually issued to a pharmacist to either import, store, and deal generally by wholesale and retail, or either or, subject to this Poison Act 1953 in all poisons. Poisons in this case also includes pharmaceuticals, just that in 1953 they call poisons. A licensed pharmacist is authorized to sell any poison via wholesale to another licensed person governed under the terms and conditions of the person's poison license. That means that I can only, as a wholesaler, sell to another person that's licensed, having this Type A license. So that's the only people I can't sell to like a normal grocery shop any scheduled poison, because that would be illegal. A licensed pharmacist is then authorized to sell retail in accordance with the terms and conditions of such license, whereby sales are in specified premises, meaning the premises that is under your license, and if not by the actual pharmacist, under the immediate supervision of the pharmacist. This is effected in accordance with the Act and any regulation made thereunder relating to this such poison. In summary, you need a pharmacist to legally supply, possess, store, transport, and sell poison. So that's why we are called legal drug dealers. Pharmacists, therefore, in summary, are involved in all aspects of pharmaceutics, from manufacturing to distribution to the masses. So what the attitude and behaviors of being pharmacists? You need to be level-headedness in solving problems. You need to exude confidence, because if you need to bring your point across, you need to appear confident. You need to have knowledgeable in relevant subject matters for obvious reason. You need to be proactive, intuitive, and the last part is that you need to have what we call effective communication, because we need to bring our information to the public, health related. That means something that will change their lifestyle, or anything to do with drug and diseases. So here we have a career prospect. So I will give an example like the current, for example, Pfizer vaccine. So for the Pfizer vaccine to go for here to the public, you have a couple of stages so that the pharmacists will be involved in. So you have a drug development part. So therefore, pharmacists may be involved together with either pharmacologists or chemists to be involved in the research and development stage, clinical trials. And usually some of these researchers will be actually part under university, so you might be in academics. Then after the drug has been developed or has been the compound has been identified, you go through the regulatory and registration process, whereby pharmacists might be involved with called pharmacovigilance, regulatory affairs. So getting the drug on the market legally while dealing with the governing body of that particular country. And then you, after you got your thing done and approved, then you go into manufacturing and production of the thing. So the manufacturer, the pharmacist, this one might be happening concurrently, but the pharmacist might be involved in either pharmaceutical manufacturing or what we call QA or QC, which is quality assurance or quality control. Then finally, we go to this part where I am at the moment, which is distribution and wholesale. So you can be involved in actual active operation of this supply chain, pharmaceutical marketing, or even again back to quality assurance based on the good distribution practice. Then this is the setting that most of you guys would be more familiar with, which is hospitals and pharmacies, clinics, because the medicine, the pharmaceuticals will be in the clinic setting. But the pharmacists would mainly be involved in the hospitals and pharmacies, and under either community pharmacy, which you see, this is the major profession that you see, hospital pharmacists. Pharmacists can include clinical pharmacists and actual procurement and inventory management. So the medicine you see in all these settings are actually managed by a pharmacist before it goes to the public. So career opportunities that we have drug development, as I mentioned now. So during the discovery research phase of the development of the medicine, pharmacists will work with other scientists to develop and select drug compounds that may be valuable as medicine. Clinical trials. So we have something called a clinical research associate, which might be a pharmacist too. So what they do is they actually recruit subjects, clock cases, run lab work. You can be in academic, where you just teach in either a medical faculty, you can be teaching pharmacology to medical students, or pharmacy to medical students, and in pharmacy schools as well. You can be in the Ministry of Health, mainly we call a National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency, in regulatory and enforcement of pharmaceuticals, poisons, and scheduled poisons, as mentioned just now. And hospitals and clinics, we call clinical ward pharmacies. That can be inpatient, outpatient, and as I mentioned, medical stores. You have distribution and wholesale in management, sales, marketing, supply chain. And finally, this is the most common that you guys will see a pharmacist in, a community pharmacy or retail pharmacy, whereby they provide health services to the community. Another less popular one, which is veterinary. So since veterinary medicine also, there are pharmaceuticals that are also poison. So it's certain distribution of the medicine and speed also require the supervision and of a licensed pharmacist. Here are the figures that we have for the pharmacists in Malaysia. So currently, this is extracted just a couple of days ago. We have 21,675 active pharmacists under the Registration of Pharmacy Act 1951. So that means that if you were to become a registered pharmacist today, your number will be 21676. So the number of pharmacists holding what we call an annual certificate, meaning every year we need to renew something called ARC to retain our registration in the board, and there's 19,034. So either some of them are retired or some of them the one that are not within this area are not practicing at the moment. Therefore, they did not opt for retaining their pharmacy registration. And we have what we call, just now remember the PRPs, which is the training pharmacists. We have only 172 in 2022. And the ratio for private pharmacists versus government pharmacists are currently 1 to 1.68. And as you see here, the pharmacy growth for us has actually reduced considerably. However, that is not due to the fact that people are not studying pharmacy, but go back to this part right here, which is the number of people doing the training is very low. So the future of profession, there's about 19,000, as I mentioned, more than 19,000 registered pharmacists in Malaysia, serving a population of 33 million in 2022. The ratio is 1 to 1,733 people. This is above most developed nations in the region. However, all the pharmacists in the private sectors are not granted their fundamental professional function to solely dispense doctor's prescription. So currently we have 5 public universities and 15 private universities, having an estimate of 5,000 undergrad students, with 1,400 of them in the graduating class of 2019. Now, the data I extracted was before the pandemic because it was more accurate in the sense that because after that we have disruption to a couple of courses. So that means that we have the government is actually facing a huge problem in providing PRP training to these graduates. Furthermore, the government posts for the pharmacists are almost fully taken up, and private sectors are also in the brink of situation. As Dr. Leonard mentioned just now, if you heard about the issues of contract, so all these pharmacists doing their PRPs at the moment, who already become fully registered pharmacists in the government setting, because of the pandemic, they decided to extend their contract. However, the key word here is still contract. They are not permanent staff. And also another issue is how about the new people that need this PRP training for them to become a fully registered pharmacist. So at the moment, they're actually waiting at home for these placements. So some of them might be waiting for about 6 to 7 months or even a year, but for this posting. So without that, they can't move forward. So unless Malaysia has a major paradigm shift in our current system, unemployment will be the fate of most pharmacy graduates in the coming years. So these are the figures I had. So we have all these 20 local universities. I did not, of course, include overseas universities providing pharmacy courses. So you can see number 5, which is IMU, which is where I study at. Now the whole thing is you can see that this graduating class are currently either in the government setting or in the private setting, because this is 2019, doing their PRPs. So notice just now when you go back to my old slides, it's only about 100 plus, near to 200 of them. Now, the future of the profession, should we be discouraged to venture on this path? No, because it depends on your own passion and interest. We do greatly contribute in maintaining the general health being of the public. We have direct access to the public. If you go to community pharmacies, you realize that you can talk to them easily. So that somehow the public feel more comfortable talking to us. So then we do contribute to the whole healthcare. And in that case, you do have like a great empowerment in that. So there are other job opportunities. Now, this is the part that I do want to stress, that there are other job opportunities apart from the conventional perceived jobs. So other related fields like manufacturing, academia, clinical research, and veterinary supplies. Another thing I want to mention is because normally pharmacists deal with products, or so that we can be in multinational companies, being a rep, being a sales representative. Even though we are not using our licenses, as in we don't have to become a registered pharmacist, but we do have the knowledge to engage in such to go on this job. So it's best to actually broaden our mind and think outside the box. I think that's all for me today. Thank you so much. You can email us at our association email if you need more info.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Lau. I think that's a very nicely presented talk, and then a lot of informations are there. And I'm sure a lot of people have that earlier thoughts about pharmacies as just giving out drugs. Now they can see that they are more than that, more than medicine person. They are not medicine person. They are more than that. They are involved in developing, selling, as well as planning how much medicine do we need for the country. Yeah, so that is a very important role to play. And so those who are interested, you have the email, you have the contact that Slough have given. So do keep them in touch. Yeah, any question at all, just ask. Now let us move on to our final speaker for today. So it's the last, but not the least. We always keep the best to the last. Yeah. So we have from the lawyers, the Advocates Association of Sarawak, Mr. Desmond Sahativan. Desmond was admitted as an advocate of High Courts of Sabah and Sarawak in 2001. He obtained the Bachelor of Laws honors degree from University of Leicester in 1998 and completed the Certificate of Legal Practice examination in 2000. He has been active practice for 20 years, primarily in litigation, and has appeared in Sarawak at all levels of the courts in Malaysia. He is an experienced lawyer in the area of banking and finance, insurance, contractual and commercial disputes, sales of goods, negligence and tortious claims, shipping and admiralty, medical negligence and employment relations, and is familiar with various forms of recovery proceedings, including foreclosure and winding up proceedings. He is a former chairman of Advocates Association of Sarawak, Kuching branch, and former vice president of the Advocates Association of Sarawak from 2018 to 2020, and he has been serving in the Advocates Association of Sarawak from 2008 until today. Yeah, his interests include reading, traveling, playing sports, and participation in outdoor activities. I'm sure he has been locked down by the COVID for past 2 years. No traveling, so he's itching to go somewhere very soon, I think. So without further ado, I'll invite Desmond to present his talk, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lau. Thank you for the introduction and for the invitation to speak today on behalf of the lawyers. I would have omitted the medical negligence part if I knew I was in the same segment as Dr. Leonard. All right. I understand that this is the last session for the day, so I'll try and keep it as light as possible, just to give you a brief outline of what the legal profession is about. So right now I will just share my screens. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. So welcome to the world of lawyers. What is law? Well, law is a living subject. It is all around us. It plays a part in every relationship of our lives. Example, husband and wife, a parent and a child, citizens and governments, business partnerships, your own neighbors staying next to you, fellow motorists on the road, employer and employee. Law is a living organism. It's alive, constantly changing and evolving all around us to cater for our way of life. That's why we call it reading law and not studying law. Okay. Law is also a language. You know, it's its own language, and it's crucial that when you understand this language, you should have a good command of English, because the law emphasizes on how you formulate your thoughts very quickly, how you draft your sentences and present your arguments. Okay. Okay, so what do you think of a lawyer? What do most people think a lawyer does? Is the job cool, great, boring, Are lawyers show-offs? Are we sad people? Or you have no idea? Okay, short answer to that is it's not all of that, okay? It is basically a job that's all about, like all the other professions you've heard today, it's all about offering services to help people solve their problems, okay? And it's a job that requires you to be positive because you must stay positive in order to basically survive in this line, especially in the long run. Okay. Why do you need to be positive? Reason being simple, especially in your earlier years, it's very stressful. When you start, you have to cater to all sorts of demands from the courts, demands from your clients, and you begin to question why you're putting up with all this. You're not being paid enough, you're being overworked. Regular working hours do not apply to lawyers. And on top of that, you get your bosses probably telling you they're doing you a favor by bringing you up, by teaching you and offering you a learning experience, okay? As is true for any profession, you must be willing to put in the hours and work extremely hard, okay? And after a certain time, you may or most likely will find the returns quite fulfilling, okay? So I'm moving to specific areas where, with a law degree, what you can venture into. You have criminal litigation, civil litigation, conveyancing, corporate work, joining the judiciary or judicial department. A lawyer can venture into politics, or you can join a big corporation as an in-house legal counsel, or you can become a lecturer, okay? All right, so why are there so many different areas of specialization? Okay, it's to cater for different people with different preferences or characteristics. Those who like to be a bit more confrontational will like court work, okay? And you can choose to be a litigator, either in the civil or criminal field. If you do not like going to court, you like to read, you like to handle heavy documentation, you can basically stay in your office and do lots of drafting in the realms of corporate or conveyancing work. There are also those who like to be on the other side and listen to cases, to hear and determine. And those, you can choose to join the judiciary. In the early years, probably be as a magistrate, okay? Legal qualification has also been a stepping stone for several politicians. For example, the late Mr. Kapal Singh, and also I believe our TYT was qualified as a lawyer before he ventured into politics. Okay, lecturing. Apologies to lecturers there. Those who can't teach. I don't really mean that. It's more like those who don't want to do, they end up teaching. All right, this is just to see who's awake at this time. Okay. What is criminal litigation? Okay, this is the kind that you mostly see in all your soap operas and legal dramas. Okay, it's very interesting. Also, I think it can be very stressful and it's round the clock. Okay, you will have one party, a government, a person representing the crown or the government, who's a deputy public prosecutor, and you'll have a defense counsel who is representing the accused. These kind of cases tends to draw a lot of media attention, especially if the accused is someone prominent, and also if the offense is quite major in nature, example, corruption, murder, that sort of offense. Okay. A legal graduate can work for the government by joining the Attorney General's chambers to become a deputy public prosecutor. Okay. I think, okay, there's the heading that's, sorry, hang on a minute. Okay, civil litigation. Okay, civil litigation is related to cases between parties themselves. It's not related to criminal offenses. Usually cases involving banking and finance, personal injury, recovery of debt, employment disputes, can be worth any amount from 5,000 to multi-million ringgit. Most of these cases do not draw as much attention as criminal matters, but some do, like high-profile divorce cases or even I'm sure if you read your papers, cases concerning change of religion, which involve our, human rights lawyers, those cases do draw public attention. Okay, a graduate can work for the government by either joining the Attorney General's or the State Attorney General's chambers, or you can work in the private sector for a law firm, such as like myself. Okay. Conveyancing. Basically, this is to put it briefly. It's, for example, you want to buy a house, a sale and purchase. So you need a lawyer to handle that sort of documentation. All right. Conveyancing lawyers do not have to go to court. Okay. They don't very seldom get any media attention. Okay. And this would business would depend on the state of the economy. Okay. It can pay very well if the business is constant and you have a lot of volume of work coming in. Right. Corporate work. Okay. You can be a lawyer acting on behalf of corporate giants, and your scope is to prepare lengthy and voluminous, I don't know who inserted the boring here, documentation with regards to deals such as mergers and acquisitions. Usually this work is undertaken by bigger firms with manpower. And if you work smart, if you're willing to put in the hours, you can be the owner or the partner of such a firm. This kind of work normally draws extremely good pay. Legal fees may easily fetch millions of ringgit if you get a major and complicated assignment. There's also another option to work as an in-house legal advisor for a corporate giant. You're employed by a company itself as an in-house counsel. But normally in-house counsels, you are in your office, you do not go to court though, because you don't have a practicing cert. Okay. Okay, judiciary means entering into the life of a judge. You have an extremely steady future ahead. It's tons of work, but you are well respected. You are listening to cases day in, day out. Requires a high level of patience to listen to lawyers and witnesses, some of whom may be particularly annoying, such as myself. And elevation to become a high court or appellate court judge. There are perks of it. It puts you in the running to be given an award from the governor or our Yang Di-Pertuan Agong, for example, a datukship. Only drawback, if you like a free and high profile lifestyle, going clubbing, being seen out in public, this is definitely not suitable for you, because you have to maintain, you have to be discreet and maintain a low profile outside the courtroom. Okay. Your other options are, as I said earlier, being a politician or being a lecturer. Okay. All right. How to enter the legal profession, and I'm speaking from the point of view of becoming a lawyer in Sarawak only. Okay, because in Malaysia we have 3 separate bars: West Malaysia, Sabah, and Sarawak. So I can only speak. I'm speaking today only from a Sarawak perspective. Okay, step 1, of course, you have to get your STPM or A-level matriculation or foundation program. The next step will be to obtain a degree, usually a Bachelor of Laws from a local university or a foreign university. From UK, usually the popular ones are Singapore, UK, Australia, and New Zealand. A lot of people do learn via the University of London external program. Okay. Thereafter, you have to do your professional qualification, which is the Certificate of Legal Practice for Malaysia. Now, in this respect, if you're looking to, before picking which university under step 2 you want to join, you'd be well advised to check with the Legal Profession Qualifying Board on whether your degree is recognized to do the CLP, if that is your route to go down. Okay. The other courses are the Bar Professional Training course in the UK, or the postgraduate or diploma and admission as a solicitor in Australia and New Zealand. Once you've got all that, you can begin your chambering with a local firm in Sarawak, and the chambering period is 12 months, unless the Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak grants you an exemption. if say, for example, you have worked in KL before, then you may get about 6 months exemption from that. All right. Okay, studying experience. Well, it depends on the individual. I think it's good to lead a balanced life, to play hard, to study smart. You need to read a lot, and you need to learn the skill of speed reading, because there's so much to read, so you have to learn to pick important points. You must take note of plagiarism. It helps to make very good notes, charts, or whatever to help you organize your thoughts. Okay. Do not try to force yourself to remember everything. It's impossible. Learn to know and understand the reasoning behind the law, and to know where to look for your resources. Law is a subject based on logic, and common sense is often required. Okay, working experience. I've talked about this earlier. It's quite challenging, especially in the early years. You get to deal with all sorts of people from all walks of life, and listen to their problems and try to assist. It's very different from what you watch in the movies or series or read in books. Okay. The workload can be quite staggering in different times of your career. At times you will question why you are in this line of work, and to be honest, a lot of people leave the legal profession within the first 5 years of being called to the bar. Okay. Well, we are actually in need of lawyers, because there are only about 900 over practicing certs issued for the whole of Sarawak. Okay, so it's something that you still should consider to come into. Okay, I think I'd just like to stress that as a lawyer, you must be observant to all around you. You must be willing to learn, especially from your mistakes. Communication skills are very important. You must, well, I mean, it'll be preferable to know as many languages as you can to communicate with people, especially BM, Chinese, Iban, Badayu, Bahasa Sarawak. All that will be very helpful in your communication skills. Okay, and I can't stress enough on the importance of always be willing to learn, and never tell yourself you know everything, because the law is always developing. Okay, and even in 20 years of working, I'm still learning a lot. Okay, you must keep track of latest developments. You know, communication skills are important to understand the people you deal with. You have to be able to think fast, be practical and analytical, and be willing to adapt to changes. And lastly, you must always conduct yourself ethically as a lawyer. We're a legal profession, we're officers of the court, and that's something we must always have at the back of our minds. Okay, I think, well, with COVID especially, it's very good to have as a skill to become well acquainted with technology, to become tech savvy, to learn to incorporate different platforms to your legal career, being familiar with communicating via Zoom, Teams, WebEx, using software for office management, keeping, you know, adjusting to a paperless culture, because whether you do it on your own or the government or big corporations forcing it on you, this is something that we have to get used to with the times. Okay, thank you everyone for bearing with me. My contact details are there, and with that, I will pass it back to Professor Lau.
Right. Thank you, Desmond. That's a very informative talk, and also very lively to me. So, and he gives you a lot of tips. Yeah, a lot of tips to prepare yourself for the future, and also what you should do, not only just for the legal profession, but I think the tips is quite general for all. So in any profession, you need that the tips, and from all of them that I've heard since this morning, I've heard that one common skill that people need is good communication skill. Yeah, so let's start communicating, and let's see if that will be one of the area that we should focusing on. Right. Before now, I'd like to go into our discussion sessions. Yeah, and we'll address any questions that come from the audience. But before that, let me probe our panels here with that the important skill. I know Desmond had touched on some of the important future skill that required, but let's hear from the pharmacists and the doctors and also the lawyers. What are the important skills one should have to be able to fit into future job market? Yeah, can I start with Dr. Leonard?
Right. Thank you, Prof. Lau, for the question. So I think that medicine itself, it doesn't really change much over the years. So whatever is relevant now would be relevant in the future. Your language skills is definitely a must because sometimes your patients come to you speaking a completely different language. I had a Vietnamese patient who was admitted to the hospital, and I couldn't communicate at all. I had to use Google Translate to actually communicate with the patient. So language skills is definitely a must. And being in Sarawak, knowing all the IBA, Bidayu, that will help you to bond with patients and to build rapport with them so that they will answer any questions you have, especially the sensitive ones that in the medical profession we tend to need to probe into. Another thing is having flexibility. So it has been mentioned quite a multiple times that our world is becoming an increasingly electronic one. There is stuff like teleconsultation, e-medicine, telemedicine. So these are tools that doctors in the future can actually tap on to reach and provide better services to our patients without necessarily needing to travel to the interior. So adaptability, flexibility, language skills, and of course patience, because sometimes we deal with patients at their worst. So we need to take the time to talk to them, to sit down, understand how things are coming from their perspective, to empathize with them, and to find a solution that is not best for you yourself as the doctor treating the patient, but what's best for the patient himself or herself.
Great, thank you, Dr. Leonard. How about Ms. Lau? Any thoughts about the important skills required?
So basically what happened is basically doctors and pharmacists have similar things going on if you're going for practicing. So like Dr. Leonard said, the whole point of communication, having language skills. So for example, in my practice, so let's say we have Indonesian patients. So Indonesian patient, even though we speak similar languages, we have different terms for their condition. For example, sakit ma, which basically just means he has gastric or gastritis. So things like that, if you started off not knowing sakit ma and you flip through your textbook and not knowing what they mean, that would be very hard for you to know. So little things, even locally, when they say, oh, saya ada kayak, then you're like, oh, what is kayak? Oh, it's actually shingles. But then people will not tell you they have shingles because they don't know what that is. Or in Chinese, it would be like, seizua, meaning they have do they have that snake on the body? No, obviously they don't, but it's also kayak, also shingles. So there's a couple of things that we need to go through. But so that I'm going to draw away from that because I'll have similar skills with doctors in the sense of communication and all that. It's that financial planning and finances and money. So pharmacists deal with a lot of inventory management. Basically what pharmacists does in a lot of the hospital setting is that we have to make sure that the medicines are accountable for, so that the government, if the government setting, are not losing money over this kind of loss of inventory. So also in let's say community setting, the same case as well. Medicines are expensive, and it's one of the budgeting wise one of the biggest thing in any kind of setting, whether it's hospital or community. So and one of the skill set I do want people to know is that managing money, managing finances is actually kind of important for being a pharmacist. Even if you think that you're in a hospital setting, in a clinical setting, the clinical pharmacist would also need to be held accountable for if someone were to, the doctors, specialists will order something, medicine that is very rare and very expensive, it's very hard to obtain. They have to make the decision of how to get this medicine to the hands of the doctor. So something that is very rare and very hard. So even if we talk about the Pfizer vaccine, remember the storage that time they were talking about -70 degrees, for example. So the pharmacist is actually responsible in making sure that the thing is stored properly and transport to the vaccine center, to the hands of the doctors or whoever there to give the vaccine to the public. So little things like that, we have this skill set that we need to know. So level-headedness, all these are very important. We have similar things, communication is very important, but to know, to have skills in how to manage inventory is quite important. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lau. Yeah, managing money, managing inventories are important too. Right. Any additional things, Desmond, you want to add in?
No, I think Dr. Leonard and Hui Ming have covered the communication part, and also, I mean, financial planning is very important also for in the legal profession to sort of know your business and project business coming in. So I think in terms of the challenges that the legal profession is dealing with right now is more the coping with the advancement in technology due to necessitated by COVID. There are more remote or virtual court hearings going on now, and you are required to not only speak through a camera, but you also have to be acquainted with skills like screen sharing, presenting your arguments and all your documents online, you know. And now generally we're moving towards a paperless culture, so you have to be familiar not just with all these platforms for meetings and discussions, but also how to use various other apps to sort of present all the documents that support your arguments. And the same thing also is drafting also all your agreements and all. You know, we have to use various software to get it done nowadays, rather than the old photocopy and typing it out, that sort of a thing. So that's something that young people, when they come in, they should actually learn to adapt very quickly and be willing to keep on adapting, because it's going to change more rapidly as time goes by.
Right. Okay, thank you, Desmond. Right. So now we are talking about career for the young people, future careers. So what is your advice to those students out there, you know, for them to be future ready employees? Yeah, what sort of advice would you give to them, you know, in terms of getting themselves ready to be, you know, adapted or to be involved in, you know, whatever field that they want? You know, how can they be ready for the future? Yeah. Any thoughts, Dr. Leonard? Can I pick your brain on that?
Yeah, sure. Doctors will always be in demand, because from the time that you are born until the time that you move on from this world, you will definitely come into contact with doctors. And as our population increases, we will definitely need more and more doctors. In fact, the population to doctor ratio is one doctor to about 680 in Sarawak, compared to one to around 400 in Peninsular Malaysia. So definitely in Sarawak itself, we will need more and more doctors as we expand our services into the interior. So, but then the thing is that, as I mentioned earlier, and Ms. Lau has mentioned earlier, we are actually very heavily dependent on the government to expand our services. So the issue with contract nowadays, I feel that that's a very important topic that people getting into medicine, into pharmacy, or any other healthcare profession need to familiarize themselves with. They need to know why it came about, they need to know what is the what is the most likely thing that's going to happen, which is most likely you will be given a job for a few years and then you'll be asked to leave into the private sector. And so the private sector itself will have its own challenges. You need to be flexible, adaptable, as always, to survive out there. Right. In the government sector, we are fortunate in a sense that we have everything planned out for us in a way. For example, we have our pharmacists to do the procuring for us. You don't have to calculate so much about finances unless you're the HOD. We can actually depend on our pharmacists for that in the government sector. But in the private sector, there is a lot more to be aware about. And that's one thing that prospective medical students have to be aware. They have to be ready to step out into the private sector once they finish their housemanship and compulsory service in the government sector.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Leonard. Ms. Lau, any additional thing?
Okay, so there's something similar. So let's say in the setting of the government, as Dr. Leonard mentioned just now, so like they have the whole support of either even not only don't talk about it, there's actually other stuff that people should know, whether it's physio, dietitian, there's more stuff, though it's not just that. So that's the same for the pharmacists. That we have a protection of having a doctors, a dietitian, or whoever to look through all these things. So when you go into a private sector, you will not have that. The current regulation for pharmacy and even the future regulation that's going to come up soon is pharmacists are actually not ideal. Pharmacists actually are not able to exclusively dispense medicine. So that's one of the issues here. It's not like overseas. This is just the reality of it, and it will probably not change. So the only thing that I keep mentioning just now is have a broad mind about what being a pharmacist is. It's not about selling medicine to the public. It's nothing like that. There's a lot more things to do. Now, if Dr. Leonard does his round, he will see things like clinical pharmacists. So that are specialized pharmacists in a specialized field, giving extra support to them when they do any kind of diagnostic work or everything. So actually they have like a grand walk round. So people don't know that because they only see pharmacy from the shop that they buy their face mask from. They don't know any other than that. So my advice is if you run the venture on this, you have to make sure that there's other options out there, or else it seems pretty grim. Because like I'm sorry, that's why. Like Dr. Leonard said just now, we're heavily relied upon the government setting to give us training for us to become the pharmacist. So that's the one step there. So you spend all those money to a pharmacy degree, and then you can't practice because you can't get through that training part. Of course, I like the doctors who have the luxury of having private sector can do training in the private sector. However, because the accreditation and everything, a private sector person would have to actually employ a non-pharmacist, pharmacy graduate, and then give them all the skills, do the prep sectors, do all the paperwork for them to become a pharmacist. So actually, there's no really incentive for them, apart from maybe they want future employment or a bond for that person. So like a medical field, and also like he mentioned, any other medical related field like dentistry, we have that year that you need to go through, but you're not getting the opportunity to have that training in the first place for you to become a pharmacist. So we haven't reached that point yet. We still got a couple of months whereby they still can get their placement. But I think that's a problem with any medical related profession at the moment. So people have to know that that is the reality at the moment. Whether it will change or not in 10 years, we won't know.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Lau. And Yasmin, I know you have given a lot of advice earlier, but is there any additional to focusing for the student to be future ready?
I think this one probably applies throughout from time immemorial, is when you first come into practice, be willing to learn and observe others, your bosses or senior lawyers, how they conduct themselves. It's good to stay in a firm for the first, another firm for the first few years of your career, so you can gather learning experience. Be willing to learn. A lot of time people come in with maybe good degrees, maybe first class or whatever, but when they come into practice, they think they've learned it all, they know it all, which is to me a wrong attitude, because the real learning comes when you start working. And conversely, there are those who probably didn't do that academically well, but they make a go of it when they first come in, and they're hungry and they keep learning and they develop their skills all around and they become very great lawyers. So main thing is always open your mind, be willing to learn and adapt. I think I've said this a few times already, so that's probably all, Professor Lau.
Right, thank you, Desmond. I think that's a very important attitude one must have. Yeah, open mind and ready to learn and stay humble. Yeah, so only then you can progress. So, right, I just want to check with Larry. Is there any other questions coming from the other side?
Hi, Prof. Yes, there is a question posted in YouTube. It's from Samu Ronin. I think the question is addressed to Dr. Leonard. It goes like this. Saya ada soalan doktor. Kenapa susah nak mengikuti kursus kedoktoran di Universiti Awam? Terlalu banyak tapisan walaupun kelayakan adalah dalam jurusan sains. Mohon penjelasan doktor. And I think another question goes like this from the same person. What does it take to be a student of medical student? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll answer the second question first. The second question is probably easier. What does it take? It takes a lot of perseverance, determination, and you have to get into medicine for the right reason. It has to be the right reason. It cannot be due to external pressure. It cannot be due to peer influence. You have to actually like it before you can actually complete the course and become a doctor. The second question, I'm assuming asking why so many different fields that we have to study, even though it's just a basic bachelor's degree. I mean, that's because the human body is extremely complex. There are a lot of processes that are at work. Of course, we don't have to be like specialists in every single field, but you need to be able to command a basic understanding of all the different fields to be able to function as a doctor. For example, I mentioned pharmacology. We need to have a basic understanding of it, but obviously the experts in it would be the pharmacists. In fact, clinical pharmacists saved me quite a few times from prescribing the wrong drug. Yeah, so it's not that we have to be expert at everything, but we need to understand and know. Something as simple as water or Panadol, if you take too much of it, it can harm your body, and we need to know why, stuff like that. So that's why there are so many different fields that we have to go through. But as I mentioned, after medical course, you move on into your housemanship. That's when you get practical training regarding all the different fields, integrating everything to come up with a clinical decision. And then you move on to become a specialist, where you just choose one single clinical field or one single basic sciences field to be an expert in. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Leonard. And I think the question is more like, why is it so difficult to enter medical school, even though you have some good result? I think that's what the question is, right?
Oh, okay. That's probably because if you're looking at public universities, I think competition has made it such that even though the minimum requirement is like BBC, probably if you are, I think there's a Bumi and non-Bumi quota. So if a non-Bumi quota, you'll have probably need straight A's with your COCO stuff lined up for you before you can enter. But I guess it'll be better directed towards academic stuff.
Right. Yeah, I think it's the competition more like the qualification. Yeah, the competition make it hard. Right. Any other questions?
No more, Doctor. Dr. Lau, no more, Dr. Lau.
No more. Thank you. So, but before we close, I think I want to open the session up to all the other panels earlier. You have any advice for the student out there? How to pursue their dreams Yeah, you can come in and just say your thoughts with them. Yeah, anyone?
Prof. Lau, Meng Guan here.
Yeah.
Okay. My advice to the students is like this morning I say at this time they probably have to be more to know what they want to be after 5 years lah. So they have their plan. So from there they can work on it and they can be the persons that they want after 5 years. So set their target now.
Okay, good advice. Set a target so that you can achieve it. Any more? It seems like we have said enough. So with that, I think I will close the session for this. So thank you very much to Ms. Lau Hui Ling, to Mr. Desmond Sahadevan, and to Dr. Leonard Goh for their enlightening and comprehensive sharing of their professions to you. And I hope that will have inspired a lot of the students out there, and also given a lot of information to the teachers and to the parents, so that they can together work with their children to guide them to chart their future path. Yeah, with that, thank you so much. And I would like to move on to close this webinar for the day. Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm very humbled to see that even after almost 5 hours, we are online, and there are still quite a number of you are still hanging around, and that shows the passion. That is the passion that you have for the future of your children, of our children. Yeah. So we have actually covered a lot of ground in the last 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, we heard the sharing from 10 professional bodies. Yeah, and each of them has shown the unlimited opportunities await us to explore and dare us to commit. Yeah, so I hope the students out there have benefited from these talks, and also you are inspired to pursue the dreams. Yeah, if you haven't got one yet, please start dreaming and dream big. Yeah, that's what the advice is. To the parents, I hope that you have the information now to advise and guide your children to their career path, the plan, and also to the teachers. I hope that you have found a resource center for your career guidance counseling in the various professional bodies at your neighborhood. It's not very far. Yeah, just a click away. Now, I wish now to thank UPC, Ultimate Professional Center, for supporting these activities, and also in particular, Surveyor Richard Fu, the chairman of the board, yeah, who is very instrumental and very committed, yeah, to this. And I think his love for the education and for the promotion of well-being of Sarawakians, and also the economic growth of the nation, of the country, or the states is very obvious. That you can see in him. So this webinar is put together numerous people in the organizing committee. Yeah, my heartfelt gratitude to all my committee members, yeah, moderators and panel speakers who have tirelessly put together this webinar. My thanks go to the Department of Education Sarawak as well, especially to Cikgu Stanley Lau, who has helped me to disseminate this link to all the schools. Yeah, I believe that he will be also continue to share the recording to those schools who have limited access, internet access. Yeah, thank you, Larry. And also Campsite Consultants in Berhad for the technical and the live streaming facilities that you have provided us. And last but not least, without you, the audience out there, this webinar is meaningless. It is organized solely for you and solely to enrich your experience. Yeah, you are our focus and you have turned out in full force, and I'm grateful for that. And we are most encouraged and wish our young friends every success in your current and your future endeavor. So for now, I wish those who are observing selamat berpuasa, and also happy Easter for those who are celebrating Easter soon. And I hope to see all of you again in another platform, be it physical or virtual. Yeah. God bless all and thank you. See you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lau.
Thank you.
There's a saying that goes like this: for all good things, you must come to an end. So we have finally come to an end of this webinar. It has been a pleasure for me to be a host, and also I sincerely hope that everyone has benefited from this webinar. I would like to say that it is a colossal task to gather all the different professionals to talk about career guidance to everyone, especially to all the students out there. I'm sure most of them are very busy, but yet for the benefit of mankind, they are willing to sacrifice their Saturday for this webinar. Good job, guys. And for those who have missed any of this session, you can actually watch it again in ChemScience YouTube page. And to all the moderators, presenters, organizing committee members, and to all the audience, till we meet again, stay safe and stay healthy, and selamat berpuasa. Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you.
I shall end the webinar now.